Okay, we're gonna go ahead and call this meeting to order at 10:10. We'll go ahead and we'll begin with roll call. Staff, can you assist us with roll call this morning?
LC members and everyone here in attendance. Roll call for Law and Order Committee. 25th Nomination Council, regular meeting September 25th, 2023. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton.
I'm present.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie.
Good morning, I'm here.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie is present. Honorable Stephen Arvizo.
Morning, I'm here.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo is present. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. is excused and Honorable Nathan Nota is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, we have 3 members present, which constitutes a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. We'll go ahead and move forward at this time to invocation. Committee members, if you guys don't mind, I'll go ahead and provide invocation this morning for our Law and Order Committee meeting.
Morning. We pray to you here at this time to God be alone that you have done upon us, that you forgive us here for our sins, that you forgive us here for the bad choices that we made, for the frustration, for the anger that we sometimes feel. We would ask for your forgiveness here, that we forget to go by your time at this time, should God be alone, that we feel all of that anger that goes along with it. We pray to you here at this time that you forgive us for all of our sins that we've committed, those that we are aware of, and then those that we don't know that we've committed. We pray to you this way this morning with pure heart, with pure soul, with pure mind this way, once you forgive us here this morning. We thank you for all your wonderful blessings. We thank you for giving us one more day to be able to breathe in this air, to be able to enjoy this day, to be able to do your work, to be able to work on behalf of our Navajo people. We thank you here at this time for all of that. We thank you for allowing us to be able to wake up in our warm beds, to be able to have the kind of love that we have, to have the kind of support that we have for with our families. We thank you at this time, God, for everything that you've given us, those that we happily accept with joy and happiness, and then those that we're not always so willing to accept, but teach us something later down the road. We thank you for all of that, everything that you've done for us, everything that you do for us, all of the blessings that you've bestowed upon us, those that you've given us, those that you've shown us, those that you've taken from us. We thank you at this time for all of that. We ask you here at this time, God, that you continue to bless us, that you watch over us, that you keep us safe, that you walk beside us, that you help us, that you be able to guide us each and every day as we do work here on behalf of our people, on behalf of the Navajo Nation, on behalf of everyone here today. We pray to you here at this time, God, the only way that we know how, and we ask that you continue to guide us this way, that you continue to watch over us, that you take us home safe and sound each and every night to our loved ones, that you allow us to be able to spend one more night, one more day with those that we love, to be able to try to live a good life, to be able to try to do good here on behalf of our people. We pray to you this way. We pray, God, here at this time for all of the people out there who are hurt, all of the people out there who are sick, all those out there who need your guidance, who need your help. We pray to you. We ask that you hear all of those prayers here at this time this morning for them, for whatever it is that they're going through, whatever it is that they need in their life. We pray to you here at this time that you take care of all of that. For those that I didn't pray for those that I may have forgotten, I pray to you here at this time that you remember them. For all of us here, we pray to you this way in your name. Amen. Pujinasling, 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 Pujinasling. Okay, we'll go ahead and move forward to item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. We'll go ahead and we will begin with the introduction of the Law and Order Committee members. At this time, we'll start with Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Morning, Ano. Sohyate, Stephen Arvizo, it's a card in Slum. And it was chain touching leadership, the chapters that I represent are Yumberto, Church Rock, Pinedale, Mariana Lake, Smith Lake, and Peru. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Arvizo. We'll go ahead and go to Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie.
Good morning again, everybody. Sherilyn Yazdi, ونضعكم شوي. وتوصلني مشيتين Richie the Shichi, my communities that I work with are East Toe, Dalcon, Indian Wells, White Cone, and Greasewood. Thank you for all being here. Go ahead.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am Delegate Charles Newton, Chairwoman for Law and Order Committee. Donation not so it's good to be here, working on behalf of the Shabbat community for our Navajo people. We'll go ahead and we do have two members who are excused at this time. Delegate Herman Daniels, who is in, I believe it's Montezuma Creek, working there with the health center. And then we have Delegate Nathan Nota, who is at the Tribal Transportation Summit in Alaska. So he will be out the rest of this week. We'll go ahead and move at this time. Are there any delegates on the line who wish to announce themselves? Okay, not hearing anything. We'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody representing the Speaker's office?
Morning, Madam Chair. Manuel Rico, Chief of Staff of the Speaker's Office.
Thank you for being here, Rico. Do we have anybody from Office of Legislative Counsel on the line?
Yes, good morning, Chair and members of LOC. This is Loya Khanwakhan Anderson. I am on the line for the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you for being on the line with us, Loya. We'll go ahead and proceed forward. Office of Legislative Services, ladies, if you would like to introduce yourself, now would be a good time.
Oh, yeah, they've been on us, Lorraine Spencer and Jeff. But not getting check for the question about his chief. I know I need that's another dog here on it. That's a chief. I'm the legislative advisor for Law and Order Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Cheryl Nathan, Chair. It's gotten sent in the short touch with you, but just changing to Anthony, Dr. Jane Dodds, Anthony, Dr. Miller. I'm the legislative assistant for Law and Order Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine and Cheryl. Do we have anybody on the line from Judicial? Okay, not hearing anything. Any representation from Office of President and Vice President? Okay, not hearing anything. Do we have any executive directors currently present at the time? Okay, not hearing anything. Do we have any chapter officials who are currently listening or who are on the line who wish to announce themselves at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. Is there anybody who wishes to announce themselves for the record at this time?
Good morning, Yate. This is Dwight Witherspoon with the Navajo Department of Justice.
Good morning, Mr. Witherspoon. Thank you for announcing yourself on the line this morning. So we'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Lorraine, can you read the agenda into the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee of 25th Nomination Council, regular meeting, September 25th, 2023, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairperson. Honorable Shirley Yazdi, Vice Chairperson. Location Law and Order Committee, Conference Room, Winter Rock, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invitation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting official. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journal. There's one journal from August 28, 2023. 5, receive reports. 8, report from Ethel Branch, Attorney General, Nominating Department of Justice on fixed cost litigation. This will be done in the executive session. B, report from possible conflict of interest for program specialist with Mammoth, offering a training to criminal investigation and law enforcement. Going to see report from Heather Cobb, Deputy Attorney General, Nomination Department of Justice, on the research of railway laws and transportation hazardous materials for the Ayambato community, Ayambato, New Mexico. 6 old business done, 7 new business. A, legislation number 0219-23, sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Sharon Yasi. B, law and order, discussion law and order committee to meet at Torreon Chapter House, Torreon, New Mexico, on October 23rd, 2023. 8, close the meeting, announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, the agenda has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second for the agenda?
Make a motion.
Motion made by Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time?
Yes. I'd like to add, what is this report? Susan Eastman sent out a report on the Relocation Act treatment of Navajo Hopi land HPL descendants. And she has a presentation that is here with us. I'd like to add her to the agenda.
Okay, we got that down. Amendment number 1 to add a report from Susan Eastman regarding the Hopi Land Commission. Is that correct?
Or the Navajo Hopi Relocation
I'm
Act.
sorry, Navajo Hopi
Yeah.
Relocation Act. Okay. So with that, committee members, are there any further amendments that you'd like to add on, or any other changes?
I do have one. Onto new business, we did get letters, in our email on the state of prices for judicial branch. Would that be something we could have discussion on to possibly hear reports on that in the future?
We can add that to the next agenda. To the next LOC agenda, which the next LOC meeting would be scheduled in October 9th. So we can do that. That way it gives that DOJ population a time to prepare. Okay, are there any other questions, any comments, or any other amendments? Okay, we got a motion at this time for amendment number 1. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Second made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo with nothing else. So we have amendment number 1. Lorraine, can you go ahead and, since there's no other changes, we'll go ahead and read that into the record, and then we'll go straight to vote for amendment number 1. Lorraine?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. So the report that's going to be added will be under receiving report 5B, and regarding Relocation Act treatment of Navajo HPL descendants, and will be done by Susan Eastman. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, the amendment has been read into the record. We'll go ahead and move forward to a vote at this time. Cheryl, can you assist with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Sharon Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Sharon Yazzie votes green. Honorable Nathan Notes is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Manning, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Cheryl. So with that, amendment number 1 hereby passes. We're back to the main motion. Motion was made by Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, second by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Committee members, are there any other amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. We do have one amendment. Lorraine, if you can go ahead and read that into the record. I believe that would be item D. under receiving reports. So if you can go ahead and read that into the record, we'll go ahead and go straight to vote.
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee, so there will be a new D under 5 receiving report. D, and that will be Relocation Act treatment of Navajo HPL descendants. And will be report by Susan Eastman. Thank you.
Okay, with that, committee members, the amendment to the agenda was read into the record. We'll go ahead and go straight to vote. Sherrod, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Cheryl Yazzie, how do you vote? Green. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Cheryl Yazzie, votes green. Honorable Nathan Matei, excused. Honorable Nathan excused. Honorable Madam Chair, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherrell. So with that, we do have an agenda set before us at this time with a vote of 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting with 1 amendment. So we'll go ahead and move forward to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. We do have a journal from August 28th, 2023. Sherrell, can you let the committee know when you sent that journal out for our review?
Good morning, Madam Chair and LLC members. I did send the journal out on Wednesday, September 13th, 2023 at 10:09 a.m. for review, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherrell. So with that, committee members, Sherrell did send that journal out to us for review. It was dated August 28th, 2023. It was sent on September 13th, 2023. Committee members, can I get a motion and a second to adopt the journal?
Motion.
Motion made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Second made by Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. Committee members, are there any questions regarding or any changes that need to be made to the journal at this time? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and go straight to vote to adopt the journal dated August 28th, 2023. Sherrod, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Yes, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Cheryl Yazzie, how do you vote? Green. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Cheryl Yazzie, votes green. Honorable Nathan Noka is excused. Honorable Herman and Daniel Jr. is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherrell. So with that, we did adopt the journal for August 28th, 2023. So we move down to item number 5 on the agenda, receiving reports. We have first on our reports, report from Ethel Branch, Attorney General, Navajo Nation Department of Justice on the fixed cost litigation. The request has, there's a request that we go into executive session. Madam AG, I know that you are here in the room. In terms of executive session, can you tell us who should be present in the room?
Council delegates and DOJ attorneys.
So with that,
Your staff is fine too.
our staff is fine.
Yeah, and basically everyone.
So nobody else can enter the room. Okay, so everybody can have a seat. So executive session, about how long do you think is needed?
Like 20 to 30 minutes.
30 minutes, okay? 30 minutes, okay, committee members, okay? We'll go ahead and give you 30 minutes for executive session. Everybody in the room is okay to be tell us when we're ready. Okay, so committee members, I need a motion and a second to exit out of executive session. Motion made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Can I get a second?
Yeah.
A second made by Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie to exit out of executive session. Can we, Cheryl, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, votes green. Honorable Nathan Notes is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Cheryl. So with that, committee members, we exited out of executive session at 11:14 a.m. We were supposed to exit at 11:01. We apologize for that. For those who are listening in, we'll go ahead and now proceed. I need a motion and a second to accept the report that was given to us by Madam A.G. Ethel Branch of the Navajo Nation Department of Justice on the fixed cost litigation. Motion made by Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Committee members, since this report was given to us in executive session, we can't ask any questions regarding the information that was shared with us in executive session. So we'll go ahead and go straight to vote. Cheryl, can you assist us with roll call vote to accept the report for Madam A.G. Ethel Branch?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, votes green. Honorable Nathan Notes is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you for that, Cheryl. So with that, Madam AG, we appreciate your time in giving us this report. Your report is hereby accepted, and I guess we'll see you on Thursday. Thank you. Okay. So with that, committee members, we move forward to item 5B on the report from Dwight Witherspoon's HSGU attorney with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice on a possible conflict of interest for program specialists with NamUs, offering a training to criminal investigations and law enforcement. Mr. Dwight Witherspoon, are you in the room?
Yes,
Mr. Witherspoon, because the teleconference option was removed, we require all of our reports to be done in person. The teleconference is only available for those who are listening in. Will you be able to make it down to the Law and Order Committee building?
I will not. I am in Flagstaff.
Okay, we can go ahead and move your report to the next Law and Order Committee agenda. Will you be able to make it to the next Law and Order Committee meeting that will be scheduled on October 9th?
Is that a Monday?
It's a Monday. All of our Law and Order Committee meetings are scheduled on the second, third, and fourth Mondays of the month, unless there's a holiday or we are in special council or in council.
I did submit the response to the Delegate Daniels as well as to the staff, administrative staff for the committee. I guess a question would be about also because it relates to kind of personnel, whether it would be something for executive session also.
Okay, so are you available on October 9th? The other meeting is October 23rd or October 30th to provide your report.
I want to say yes and no. I may be moving to another unit of the Navajo Department of Justice. And I am not aware of kind of any of the new schedule under that new unit. So I would say yes, but I'm not confident about what schedule I might be under in that new unit.
Thank you, Mr. Witherspoon. So we do have the deputy AG who is here in the room with us. Deputy AG, as was stated, we do have Mr. Dwight Witherspoon on the agenda to provide us a report. Unfortunately, he's not here today. Is there anybody from the HSGU unit who can provide a report on October 9th, the 23rd, or the 30th?
Madam Chair, LLC, Dwight, I believe that you could go, even if you're gonna be transferring to water rights, we can make sure that you're available to give your report on the 9th. Are you able to make it in person?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Witherspoon. Lorraine, on the 9th is Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples' Day. Do we have anything like any days off?
I think not officially, but in the past, the president or the speaker could do admin leave. So there's nothing that has been passed for Indigenous Peoples' Day, I don't believe.
So we don't have anything official as a day off? Okay, just making sure. So we'll go ahead and we'll schedule him on the 9th. I'm sorry, Rico?
Just going off of that, the AG is proposing a meeting that day in regards to Chaco. Not too sure. I haven't seen the meeting invite yet, but October 9th is what they have been discussing.
Okay, because that's when we have Hess meeting and LOC. So I guess Hess and LOC won't be present during that time. It is within the code, within the law. So we'll go ahead and schedule him on October 9th to give his report. Lorraine? Okay, Mr. Witherspoon, we're gonna go ahead and excuse you at this time and you can provide your report on October 9th. Are there any objections at this time from any of the committee members? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to item C. We do have a report from Deputy Attorney General, Ms. Heather Claw, with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice on the research that she was asked to look into for the railway laws and transportation hazardous materials for the Iyanbitwa community in Iyanbitwa, New Mexico. We do have Deputy AG Claw, who is present with us at this time. Deputy AG, are you ready to present your report to us?
Yes.
Okay, with that, committee members, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion and a second at this time to hear the report.
Sorry.
Motion made by Delia Arvizo. Can I get a second? Second made by Vice Chair Yazzie. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Deputy AG Claw. You got 15 minutes on the clock to present your report. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you at this time, Deputy AG. I think you've provided reports to this committee before, so I'm sure you remember how it works.
Yes. And
The floor is
I
yours.
stand for corrections. If I mess up, please correct. me.
You're fine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice President, or Vice Chair, and the committee. So back in March, I apologize that I thought we submitted a report to follow up on this, but so I appreciate you guys bringing it up so that make sure that we can have it completed. There was 2 questions that came out of that meeting. Number 1 was a question regarding the hazardous materials or substance that are going to be transported through the Navajo Nation. And would this be included by automobile and train? The second question that came up is that the chapter was told when trains are parked on the tracks, they will only move for postal services and not for emergency vehicles. The first question that we have is Navajo Nation laws 18 in NC section 1307 does require that we do at least Navajo Nation does get at least a 4-day notification. The for hazardous or any types of transports. It will go through the EPA, Diversion Director of the EPA, and then the Director of the Police Department. What I need to go ahead and do, if you would like me to, I'll just follow up with EPA, because I didn't have a chance to say, is this happening or not? But we do have the laws in place. And as far as we understood with the small research that we did, is that it is in place and it has been followed, but actually sitting down to sit there and talk to the EPA director or the Director of Public Safety, I haven't asked them for that, and I can go ahead and do a short follow-up and then send you guys an email for their response on that. So the answer to that question is yes, there should be notification given. It does follow procedures within the federal laws, because the railroad does follow federal law, and also to go ahead and give notification on that. The second question, which was a little particular one, I called again over at, so there is what they call is an emergency notification system. So when you're going across the railroad, it's that sign that basically identifies the road crossing number, and it also gives you a number for the emergency. When I followed up from the meeting that we had back in March, I asked the chapter or some of the community members what particular time frame that they were told they could only move for postal services and non-emergencies. None of them gave me a specific time or who called. They just said that's what they were told, but there was really no specific entrance. So when I called the emergency number back then, they were a little complex because they were saying, no, we don't, nobody should be giving that type of information. They weren't sure why it was just postal services. Emergency services, doesn't fall in there. So they were a little bit confused about that. So as far as I understood, unless I have something specific, you have your chapters, give me something specific. Other than that, I'm not sure exactly how to handle that situation, since there really wasn't a date, a time when that happened of anything of that sort. But from the conversation that I had with the emergency line on there, they seemed just as confused, and they weren't sure why that would happen either as well. So I think my advice on that one is that if we can't find a specific time for following up with that, what information was given, I guess we can go ahead and have some confidence that if there's a situation that comes up and they call that number, giving them the crossword, it should be, fine to go ahead and cross. They did make mention, though, that sometimes with the emergency situations is that things don't happen as quickly as necessary because of the line, but they didn't give me any indication that they're going to say that they're not going to move. So other than that, I guess what I would ask is if you, Honorable Viso, I know it was your chapter that made mention on that. If they want to go ahead and provide me any other information, or if they want me to move forward in anything specific, then I'll go ahead and stand ready for their advice on how they want to move on that.
I will say, I believe it was Representative Stansberry, Melanie Stansberry, who actually was, when we were there in DC last week, or was it 2 weeks ago? When did I send you that email, Lorraine, asking about an update? She was the one who had asked why, whether Navajo Nation was going to be doing anything about that. And I said, we did ask for an opinion on that. And I said, so it's good that maybe we follow up on it, which is why I sent the email to Lorraine. But it did reach the Hill. And that was the question was, what is Navajo going to do about it? And I said, I don't know. We're waiting for the opinion on, what is happening. But they are aware of both her, and there was another, he's on transportation. He also said that he got the information as well that was relayed to him. And he asked how Navajo was gonna be handling that. And when I asked, was that?
Mr. Keller? Orlando?
No, it was a representative. If not, it was a senator. I'd have to look back at my agenda. But they also asked what was going on and your community came up, Delegate Arvizo with the Ambitable, and how we were handling the emergency transport. Mahayo, do you remember who it was? Was it, I know it was Stansberry, but do you remember who the other person was? From the name?
Look really quickly here.
No, it wasn't Ledger Fernandez, no. It was a man. Have it in my notes. I didn't bring my notes with me today.
Do you remember which day, what channel?
What day did I send you guys that email?
The 13th.
The 13th.
13th, we did meet with, like you said, Stanbury, John Curtis, Cisco Monty. I don't know if we met with them. Eli Crane.
No, because Crane's out of Arizona.
Yeah, those were the ones that we met.
Was it
with.
Crane? Because I know that when I was looking, I think he was on transportation.
Previous day with Gabe Vasquez.
Yeah, it says we were asked about it by Representative Ledger Fernandez.
Okay, maybe it was Ledger Fernandez then. I thought it was a minute. Okay, so it was Stansberry and Ledger Fernandez. Okay, yeah. So it was Ledger Fernandez and Stansberry, both of them did ask about that. Yeah.
Clarification. Was it specifically regarding the transportation of the hazardous materials?
No,
Or was it the saying that only post office?
it was the saying that only post office was allowed to stop the train from going through the community, and they asked,
Or move the train?
yeah, or move the train. And so they asked how public safety was addressing that. And I did inform her that we did ask Department of Justice to provide us an opinion on that and to get more information and clarification. But I did also state that I would send them, once we got that we would send them the information to find out what is going on.
That's helpful, because like I said, the information that we did was just calling the number because I was curious why they were told that. And the operator said that they shouldn't happen. Do we have a specific time frame? I told them I didn't have, but this is the information that we were given. So they seemed just as puzzled of why.
Because I
It
think
would have been.
from what I remember, when we were not to go visit your community, what they said was when the train stops, that the emergency transports can't move around it or can't go by it or something. And they weren't even allowed to ask them to move.
Well, my understanding was that they did call and they told them that they are only moving for postal and not for emergency
Yeah.
vehicles.
Yeah.
And that's the information that I relayed to the operator.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead. I'm glad. Thank you for these numbers, and maybe I can go ahead and follow up with their assistants to see if they heard about it, then, they could probably provide some more information. So some sort of guidance that we can provide on
Okay.
our side of how to handle it.
Okay, that will
Yeah.
work.
That's helpful.
Yes. Delia Arvizo?
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Vice. Good to see you guys. On this issue at Yambato has a crossover,
Mhm.
meaning that the trains are gonna switch in that area.
Okay.
So sometimes the trains will stop to let other trains go by or to let the Amtrak go by. So they'll stop. So it's during those times that the train is blocked. And the Yambato only has one entrance, one way in
Mhm.
and one way out. So when a train stops, for whatever reason, sometimes trains stop for 4 hours on the tracks. Sometimes they stop for 30 minutes. And it happens anytime. There's no time frame. It's just because there's a crossover there. So it happens anytime and they just park on the tracks and there's nothing we could do. And in the past, we've called the numbers and it wasn't good response. They just said, we can't move their trains. So I think the community by now just kind of got used to that. We do try to make, they are good at telling us when they're gonna shut down. So they do tell us when they're gonna work on it, on the tracks. So we make arrangement on those times to go, to make an alternate route for the community, which is a dirt road through ditches and whatnot. And they end up from Yamato, they head west to Fort Wingate on a dirt road and get back there. But one of the big worries is these trains are getting like 1 mile to 2 miles long. Okay, and when they're that long, it'll also cover our detour route, which is Fort Wingate. Now we have to run all the way down to Church Rock, keep going alongside the railroad tracks until we could get to Fort Wingate, which there's an overpass. So those are the times that it's happening. And some of them, I mean, and I've seen this happen, some of them could be like 2 carts past the exit and they won't move. I mean, come on, just move back 2 carts, we can get through.
Right.
But we make those calls, the chapter makes those calls and they get rejected. And they've always been told, the chapter, I know I was a chapter official there for 14 years. We've always been told that, we won't move. We're not gonna move them, only for the United States Post Office. We always thought, that's a weird, that's a weird rule or law. And I think it's more of, something they have in writing. I don't know why it's designed that way. So one incident we had, the train was blocked and a family got in a ATV accident. It was pretty bad, but they never called for help. And later the guy went to the hospital until the train went by. And these are the kind of things that Navajos do, if there's something in the way, we kind of wait. We'll say, oh, let it go by first and then we'll go to the hospital. So those are the things that happen when a train is blocking the Yamato. So that's the problem. It's a crossover. And they'll stop. It could happen anytime. And we try to, but again, they do work with us when they are going to work on the railroad tracks.
Okay.
They close up the railroad tracks after the last bus goes out for school. They try not to block it before the school bus. And I think they've gotten better at it because we've complained. I think one of the occasions where the governor actually got involved in having the train, Senator George Munoz also got involved and they helped with that train. Sometimes it takes forever. And like you mentioned, you call it in, they're not gonna move right away. It's gonna take some time for, either they're gonna move forward and get the train out of the way, or they're gonna just back it up. But I've never seen ever, 14 years, that we've made a call and they've moved the train. Never. It was until after they were done with whatever it is. And a lot of the things there are operated from what I understand, the tracks and everything are operated from Houston.
Go ahead.
Has there been an incident since the last time we went to the North March, the last meeting since we reported that of the blockage?
Yeah, there was a couple of blockage, but it wasn't long enough for people
People took it.
to start complaining. If it's long enough, they start going down the side of it.
Yeah.
And it's a grazing area. So they have this fenced off now. And that's probably why people are really up in arms about it now, because the western section of the road is now, it's always been a grazing area, but it's just that they fenced it off and put a lock on it. Now Yamato can't get out. So we gotta We gotta let the grazing permittee know that, hey, can we use this road? You know, every time, the chapter officials have to go see her and ask her if they could use this road, and she'll unlock it. She said, don't be speeding through my house though. And we have nobody, never there to maintain the speed, so people do what they want. They'll go as fast as they want to get to work.
Okay. Okay, well, this is great follow-up information. So, okay, so let me go ahead and maybe reach out to some of these representatives to kind of hear a little bit more of the specifics they had. And then take a look at that.
You might also make a note that I don't know what you call it, the crossover
Mhm.
at the railroad track is at an angle. And from what I understand, that's illegal.
Mm.
It's illegal to cross a road, have a road at a railroad track at an angle like this, the way Yumbato is. They should always be straight.
Can we get some information on that, on whether, like, what are the laws regarding like the railroad track and whether that's true or not, whether there's an angle? Because that might be something that you'd have to take RDC out with to address.
That Burlington, what's the, who that Burlington?
Arlington Northern South Bay Railroad.
They're local Flagstaff as well. Do they have an Albuquerque office?
I think they do. I think they do. Burlington Northern.
Okay,
Those things have been there forever and nobody really listens. So we're just all kind of used to like, okay, and they never fixed that railroad track. If you go there now, it's like, you have to rock like this to cross it. There's also another one in Peru that I don't think has much trouble. And by the way, I want to recognize our Peru, Secretary Treasurer, Judy Platero is here with us today. We need to take care of our people along the railroad tracks because the train, they don't listen to nobody. They just kind of run through. One of the biggest issues, they're getting longer. They're getting much longer and it's just so, we just really can't do nothing about it. It seems like. They've just been doing whatever they want and their argument is always, this is our right of way. And they've been granted by the United States government. And that makes it hard to get them to do anything almost. These are old, there's some of these rules and regulations are so old, they've never been changed. It's just like we just learned down in Twin Arrows that every other section has been given to the railroad tracks back when the agreements were made. So you have this section, you have another section, and that's another section. So that those sections given railroads like that is what started the checkerboard area in Eastern. And it is a mess.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding the report to us by Deputy AG? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and go for a vote to accept the report. A motion was made by Delegate Stephen Orbizo, second by Vice Chair Cheryl Yazzie. Cheryl, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Carolyn Yazzie, how do you vote? I'm green. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Sharon Yazzie, votes green. Honorable Nathan Bates is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Cheryl. So with that 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. Thank you, Deputy AG Clough, for being here. The report has been accepted. You are hereby excused.
thank you.
Okay, with that, we're gonna move forward to item D on the agenda. We do have a report here from Miss Susan Eastman on the Relocation Act treatment of Navajo HPL descendants. And take one dog at Arviso. We do have Miss Susan Eastman, who is present, who was present. Committee members, before I call the report, I would like to remind committee members that our P card is shut down. So our PO was also shut down as well. So that's why we don't have any snacks, or we won't have any lunch provided to us. So it looks like we're moving along pretty quickly. So hopefully we should be out of here in time to go grab lunch. The alternative is to take a 30-minute lunch to go grab something and come back to eat, but I just want to give you guys that heads up to let you know. So we'll go ahead and move forward to item 5D. Susan Eastman is present. Miss Eastman, what will happen is we're going to call a motion and a second, and this is probably your first time presenting a report to the Law and Order Committee. We're going to call for a motion and a second to hear the report. We'll give you 15 minutes to provide your report. If you need additional time, you can request additional time if there are no objections from the committee members. That time will be given to you. You do have a presentation that was printed out for the committee members, so we appreciate that. During this time, we'd like to remind everyone to make sure that their phone is on mute, that it doesn't, or that your computers are also muted as well. Any interruption during this time is interruption done on behalf of the Law and Order Committee, the work that we are doing for the Navajo people. So at this time, Ms. Eastman, do you have any questions regarding the procedure before we call for a motion in a second?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eastman. So with that, committee members, I do need a motion and a second.
I'll make the motion.
Motion made by Vice Chair Cheryl Yazzie. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second made by Delegate Stephen Arviso. You have 15 minutes on the clock, Ms. Eastman. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you at this time. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I get ahead. Yazzie Bennett. As requested by Vice Chair Yazzie at the budget hearings, I'm giving a report on the status, basically the legal status of what are commonly referred to as the second and third generation relocatees. I referred to them as the descendants. And the reason why that's significant is technically the children of relocatees being the children of Navajo residents who lived on the HPL in December 1974. They could be beneficiaries, whereas other further removed descendants such as grandchildren and other descendants, nieces, nephews, cousins, would not be covered as beneficiaries. So I just wanted to, so what we mean by descendants, it could, does refer to the more removed descendants of the relocatee. So moving on to slide 2. The descendants would include, the children, grandchildren, and later generations of those who live both on the reservation within the Hato Brazil and off reservation. They include resistors, those Navajos who resisted relocation and would not move from their HPL homes. And those Navajo citizens who signed a combination agreement leases with the Hopi tribe to remain on HPL. And this does include adult children and their children, regardless of whether their parents or grandparents ever received or will receive relocation benefits. So that's we are defining the descendants under the Relocation Act. Under slide 3, the reason these why this is an issue is under under the amendments to the 1974 Relocation Act and 1980 and 1988. The nomination was permitted to select lands to at least partially compensate the nomination for the lands lost under the Relocation Act. So the 1980 and the 1988 amendments allowed the nomination to select a certain number of acres of 250,000 acres of BLM land that could be acquired at no cost for the nomination in either Arizona or New Mexico. And then up to 150,000 acres of private land that could be purchased without actually there's no reference to any particular state under that subsection. It could be, the land could be acquired in Utah or Colorado under the Settlement Act if the nomination wanted to purchase land there. But the caveat, the restriction is that any land acquired under the Settlement Act, this had to be within 18 miles of an existing boundary of the Navajo Nation. So that, for instance, what Twin Arrows is located where it is Twin Arrows is within 18 miles of, I think, the 1901 Executive Order Reservation or Loop Chapter. And I think it's located within the chapter. So, and then there are almost 400,000 acres of land in trust that are part of the new lands, regardless of whether they're located. There's some within the Nahata Duzil chapter, but there are also land elsewhere in Arizona. There's Twin Arrows. There's some land up near Page, a small amount of land in Page, maybe an acre or two. And land in New Mexico. And land in New Mexico includes San Benito, just over the border, the NDOT location building. That's that was the land that was acquired pursuant to the Relocation Act, as well as Paragon Ranch, which is further east into New Mexico. But the restriction within section 11H of the Relocation Act states that land acquired pursuant to these provisions can only be used for those Navajo families who have lived on the HPL in 1974, December 1974, the date that law was passed. Now, I did ask for clarification from my outside counsel, Dan Maybear. He's representing the Navajo Nation and the litigation against O'Neill, because I can understand the confusion among commissioners on the Navajo Hopi Commission. But the way he's explained to me is that the general rule of thumb is that land acquired in New Mexico, the revenues go to the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund, and land acquired in Arizona go to the Dene Relocation Fund. So, and we'll get to that, but that's just a general rule of thumb to remember which money goes where and what account. Moving on to the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. There's a section 32A of the Relocation Act, which was an amendment to the Relocation Act passed in 1988, which established the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund, which consists of lands transferred under section B, which is among the private lands that was to be purchased. And section 32B, which specifies that all of the income derived by the Navajo tribe from the surface of mineral estate, the lands located in New Mexico that are acquired for the benefit of the Navajo tribe under section 640D shall be deposited into Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. And that is all New Mexico land purchased in New Mexico pursuant to this act go into the NRTF. The beneficiaries of the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund are basically any Navajo citizen impacted by relocation, which is very broad. The District 6 evictees, the former Benefit residents, and NPL residents, who may not have had to move, they didn't have to be relocated, but they were impacted by relocation by their host communities, having to absorb relocatees who are moving from the HPL to the NPL, such as in the Hard Rock chapter, and Pinon as well. And what this means, who can be beneficiaries of the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund? It's a much broader class beneficiary, basically. Any NPL resident, any District 6 evictee or former beneficiaries. And it could include what we call second and third generation relocatees could be beneficiaries of the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. So they could get benefits under the NRTF. And benefits and assistance. And it is the Navajo Opening Commission office that administers and manages the NRTF for the benefit of Navajo relocatees. And again, that's any Navajo citizen who is impacted by relocation. Why has the Dene Relocatee Fund been established? The Navajo Nation established the Dene Relocatee Fund separate from the NRTF because of the discrepancy between the beneficiaries of 32 and 11. Section 32 only specifies New Mexico, that the NRTF is to include to receive revenue from New Mexico. It doesn't mention Arizona. So because of that gap, because there is no corresponding deposit mandate or restriction for Arizona new lands revenue, that's why the Dene Relocatee Fund was established to receive Arizona new lands revenue, such as lease payments for Twin Arrows from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. The lease payments from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise for Twin Arrows is supposed to be going into the Dene Relocatee Fund. So the Arizona New Lands revenue remains subject to the limitation that it can only be used for those Navajo citizens who lived on the HPL in December 1974. The beneficiaries of that Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund would include anyone affected by the Relocation Act, which would include second and third generation relocatees or their descendants. So the descendants of the relocatees are not entitled to relocation housing benefits. And that is because the requirements for eligibility for relocation benefits, there's two basic requirements. They have to show that they lived on the HPL as of December 22nd, 1974, and that they be heads of household at the time that they were living on HPL. And if they were born in 1972, they may have lived, on the HPL in 1974, but they would be too young to be considered heads of household. That's one example. Or if they were born after December 22nd, 1974, they categorically could not qualify for their own benefits because they were born after they didn't exist on December 22nd, 1974. So that would be another reason why a second or third generation relocatee could not get their own relocation benefits. So, and that's why like grandchildren and other descendants could not be beneficiaries of the Dene Relocatee. In contrast, federal money contributed to the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund could benefit second and third generation relocatees because there's a broader class of beneficiaries under that section of the Act. What can be done to fix this gap between the inconsistency between the two sections of the Relocation Act? Well, only Congress can fix it. They made the best way to fix it. So perhaps they were unaware of the inconsistencies between the two sections when they passed the act as entirely possible. But in order to make the beneficiaries consistent between the Dene Relocation Fund and the Navajo Rehabilitation Trust Fund. Only Congress can fix that. They would have to amend the Relocation Act by changing the language of section 11H to allow for grandchildren and other descendants to be beneficiaries. And they can make it consistent with beneficiaries of section 32. To harmonize and make them consistent. That is something that we have proposed to our lobbies in Washington DC, Greg Smith, to change the language of the Relocation Act. And it would make sense given that many of the original relocatees who lived on HPL in December 1934 have passed away or elderly, they were very old. And they, only their children or grandchildren still are with us. And it would make sense to update and expand the beneficiaries and change the language to allow for the descendants to benefit from the Dene Relocation Fund. And it would not cost the federal government any money to do that. If it would disallow the nomination through the Dene Relocation Fund. If the nomination wanted to provide for second, third generation relocatees through the Dene Relocation Fund, I would just, by expanding the beneficiary, it would allow the nomination to do so. And that would be the main selling point to the federal government to kind of change the language that it wouldn't cost the federal government any money to do that. And that's been a big barrier to try to convincing the Congress to amend the Relocation Act. That they're very concerned with this costing us any money. And so in this respect, that's not something that would cost the federal government any money to expand the beneficiaries of the Dene Relocation Fund and to make it consistent with the beneficiaries of the NRTF. Well, that is my report, it looks like my time is up, so, thank you. I conclude my report and I guess, Derek can let me know if I receive questions.
Thank you for that, Ms. Eastman. We appreciate the report. Committee members' report has been provided by Ms. Eastman. There was a motion made by Vice Chair Cheryl Ignazzi, second by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Are there any questions or comments to the report that was provided here at this time? Vice Chair, floor is yours.
So on the last page of the report,
Yeah.
has Navajo, tried to go that route to ask the federal government to do an amendment?
Well, we have in the last Congress, when Representative O'Halloran was our congressional representative, we finally he sponsored legislation in the last Congress in December 2021, which one of the provisions was to harmonize the beneficiaries to make them consistent between 11H and 32D. However, it did not pass. We couldn't even get a hearing on it. And actually, that was also the Hopi tribe voiced opposition to that bill, to the Navajo technical amendments, because they weren't going to get anything out of it. That was the explanation given to me by Greg Smith, that because the Hopi tribe opposed the legislation, Representative O'Halloran represented both the Hopi and the Navajo tribes in Congress. There was a lot of reluctance on Congress to move forward and do, the Hopi tribe was voicing opposition to it. There was no movement. We couldn't even get a hearing on it in Congress. So, and that bill died when the last Congress ended. So, that is language. We still have to have a work session with the Land Commission for the next Navajo technical amendments. We did that. And I remember in December 2019, we had a work session with Mr. Smith on those technical amendments that were introduced in December 2021. We will need another work session with Greg Smith to put together a bill and find a sponsor in Congress to and actually if you have a session with Mr. Smith, I know he's eager to have a work session, so he can tell the Land Commission, this is the strategy we need to adopt to get this, to find a sponsor and to get this to Congress. I think he's proposing two separate bills. One that will be an easy lift, something that Congress would be more likely to support. And that would include changing the language, changing the beneficiaries. And then what he called the hard, the more difficult, bill, which may involve the federal government, having to appropriate more money for relocation. So that's the strategy that Greg Smith has talked to me about. I know he's been eager to have a work session with the Land Commission to discuss that strategy moving forward to getting a new bill introduced in Congress, and hopefully we can maybe work with more closely with the Hopi tribe, so they won't oppose our efforts, because really, I mean, relocation really only affects the Navajo Nation members of the Navajo Nation. They don't any Hopis who had to be relocated, there was only 100 of them, and that was many years ago. So they're not affected by ONER or by the beneficiaries that they're specifically for Navajo. So hopefully if we can get a bill, we can at least get the Hopi tribe to be not to oppose it, so we can move forward for the benefit of the Navajo Nation. So that's something that we can schedule a work session with Mr. Smith and discuss our legislative strategy for that purpose. I can report to Mr. Smith that I give this report, and if maybe we could have a discussion with Delegate so he can find out when this can happen. So that's how it would have to happen. Maybe through a work session with the Land Commission, and then finding a sponsor in Congress to introduce a new bill.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Delia Arvizo, floor is yours.
So, how involved is the Western Land Commission in this?
Listen, I don't know. I think that's something that Raymond Max would know, because he's the one who meets with them. I know he meets with the Western Land Commission, he meets with the Eastern Commission. I mean, because the Land Commission office does administer the lands acquired in the Western Agency and the Eastern Agency. So I think he's the one that goes to those meetings. And so he would be in a better position to report on that than I would.
Because I'd like to hear a report on the Eastern Land Commission at some point. And maybe the Western Land Commission. You don't sit on the Western Land Commission or the Hopi Land Commission.
Yeah.
Is this the Navajo Hopi Land Commission?
Right. How close are you working with them?
Well, we try to sit in for their meetings. I think I know that Mr. Max, I saw him last week on Friday. He mentioned he had to go to an Eastern Land Commission meeting last week, but I don't know what he would be in a better position to report on that than I would.
Because your land commissions they do have some authority, and they do have some
Well, for the Dene KT Fund, which was set up last year, the Navajo Hopi Land Commission set out its priorities for who would get the financial assistance through the Dene KT Fund for housing repair, infrastructure, and education. And because of the restriction on beneficiaries, only relocatees and their children could get financial assistance to prepare their relocation homes, to get infrastructure and utilities brought to their relocation homes, or scholarship assistance. In all likelihood, an elderly Navajo probably doesn't need scholarship, but their grandchildren might need it. So it would help to expand the beneficiaries so that grandchildren and other descendants could apply for scholarship assistance from the Dene KT Fund, just as an example. So that's the problem. The practical problem that it poses, that only the original relocatee and their children could get financial assistance from the Dene KT Fund, but not any generations further removed from that. So that's why the practical problem for giving out financial assistance to eligible families for those purposes. So that's why the beneficiaries should be changed.
Thank you. Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions or comments at this time, Vice Chair?
And another question, how are we working with the Hopi tribe on this?
Well, I
I know
understand
they're keen, a lot of it, well, I mean, key to this.
I'm sorry, well, I understand that Greg Smith has been in regular contact with the Hopi lobbyists in Washington DC. I know that we're trying to get a new commissioner appointed for O'Neill, and a letter was going out from President Ivan at the end of last week, and I've been told that the Hopi tribe really has no position on the appointment of the Hopi, of a commissioner for O'Neill. They wouldn't oppose our efforts in that regard. As with regards to the Navajo technical amendments, the main thing that stands in the way of that, the Hopi position is that they will continue to oppose technical amendments until they get their land. Apparently, in 1996, the Hopi tribe was promised land from the as part of the settlement, their settlement with the United States, which was linked to that combination agreement. There was an agreement between the United States and the Hopi tribe that the Hopi tribe was to get 500,000 acres of Arizona land in Arizona, and they haven't gotten those land. There's no 1996. So, and apparently, I mean, the Navajo Nation hasn't done anything to get in the way of the Hopi tribe of buying those lands. Apparently, it's been the state of Arizona holding it up, but for whatever reason, the Hopi tribe is, they're opposing our amendments because, they're still waiting to get their land under the 1996 relocation amendments that ratified the combination agreement settlement with the United States. So that is something that will have to be resolved for the Hopi tribe to get their opportunity to select lands that they were promised. And so that's the main obstacle to getting well, if a bill is introduced, making sure that the Hopi tribe doesn't actively oppose it. So by delivering, and it's not, the thing is, it's not entirely under the Navajo Nation's control, but it's something that maybe we could talk to the Hopi tribe to do, but for the Navajo Nation due to make them not oppose the Navajo Nation bill. I mean, it's really an issue with the state of Arizona. So, and that's something that would have to be resolved in any settlement talks with the Hopi tribe.
Are there any other questions or comments?
No, I have questions.
Ms. Eastman, thank you for presenting to us today, and I'm just a little bit saddened that we didn't have the other presenters who could have provided us a little bit more information. But I'm glad that you gave us the packet here and we were able to follow along with everything that you stated. I did read it earlier this morning when you sent it out. I think you sent it out this morning, right?
Last night,
Last
actually.
night. Okay, yeah. I read it this morning, so I kind of had an idea of what you were going to be presenting, so I appreciate the information. Did you have a question, Delegate Arisa?
No.
Okay, so with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and call for the vote. And this is to accept the report that was given to us by Ms. Susan Eastman on the Relocation Act treatment of Navajo Hopi land descendants. Cheryl, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Karen Yazzie, how do you vote? Green. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Sharon Yazzie, votes green. Honorable Nathan Noto is excused. Honorable Herman Daniel Jr. is excused. Honorable Madam Chair, we have 2 in favor, 0 opposed. Three not voting. Honorable Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. So with that, Ms. Eastman, we appreciate your time here and coming to provide us this report. We accept your report at this time, so you're excused.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, committee members will move forward to item 6 on the agenda, old business. There is none. Item 7, new business legislation number 0219-23. The sponsor is Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. She is present at this time. Lorraine, can we go ahead and get legislation number 0219-23 read into the record, please?
Document number 0219-53 and passing related to Law and Order Committee and Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, approving amendments to the nomination child support guidelines and child support schedule. This will move forward to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. With that, the document, there's an exhibit A, nomination child support guidelines. And then also exhibit B, the nomination Department of Justice request for services is attached. And following that is the 5-day comment process. And there were no comments received. Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, with that, committee members, legislation number 0219-23 has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second for this legislation? Motion made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Can I get a second?
I will.
Second made by Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. Committee members, there are 2 ways that we can handle this legislation. The legislation number 0219-23 has gone through the 5-day comment period. So each of the committee members did receive a copy at the time that it was dropped for legislation. If there's any questions for legislation number 0219-23, we can go ahead and proceed to give the sponsor time to present her legislation. The other option is if there are no questions for legislation number 0219-23, we can go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. The reason is Law and Order Committee does not have final authority on this legislation. It does move forward to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. And I believe, oh, wow, so it only goes to the 2 committees. It doesn't go to NABI? Loya?
Hi, Chair, I'm here.
Loya, I just want to get confirmation. Legislation number 0219-23. This legislation proceed to NABI Iatskit? Or does it just stop at Health, Education, Human Services?
Thank you for the question, Chair. This legislation is in regards to amending the child support schedule and guidelines. The final and oversight committee is the HES committee, so they would be the final approval for this legislation. Those updates were made via legislation. So amendments were made to the code to have the oversight committee be the final authority on such changes. Thanks.
Okay. So with that, legislation number 0219-23, final authority does lie with Health, Education, and Human Services. Committee members, because it's only going to 2 committees, I'd like to ask if we could table this legislation so that Delegate Vince James and I can schedule a time to have both HES and LOC through the legislation at the same time. That way we can take a final vote at the same time. Is that something that this committee would be willing to consider? If not, we can go ahead and we can just proceed forward with the vote.
Let's move forward this year. I know we had to wait another week. But they're here.
Is it urgent, like that this policy be passed?
I'm sure it's been 27 years since it's been amended, so I think we're okay.
So you guys want to move it forward?
I think it's a good idea to get both at the same time too, then we just present one time. And since this legislation has been dropped, and I believe that both committees should have reviewed it.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it's up to you.
Let me, oh,
So if you, table this, that still moves forward,
yeah,
so you'll meet with Hess.
but we won't take an official vote on it. So, and then I can work with Delegate Vince James to see if we can schedule a meet, because they meet on Mondays as well. So it's not like they can't, we can't meet together to consider this. But I'll leave it up to you guys, if that's what you guys want to do.
Divert it to Hesse and we could do a joint meeting with Hesse at their meeting instead of tabling it.
Rico,
I don't think you can vote on the legislation at the joint committee meeting. I mean, you can vote it on the. If they table it, then you can bring it back up at LOC after you have a joint meeting and then vote on it. Then we go to Hess and vote on it again. But I don't think, you might want to ask Ledge Council, but since I've been here, I've never seen a joint meeting.
Well, no, you can't vote as a joint, you gotta do
Yeah.
separate.
Yeah.
I know that part.
we voted that way before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and what we did was we had a separate vote where LOC voted, and then a separate vote where they called Hess, and then they voted. But we had a joint meeting, on a legislation before. We just had separate votes.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I think Sherelle, you were there at that time, and that was for,
Karen Did her vote.
Yeah.
and I did LOC vote.
yeah, and that's how we did it. So we've done it in the past. We called Delegate Vince James. Oh, I don't. He's in Hess meeting right now. And where's Hess meeting at? In Montezuma? Do you guys want to do that? It's up to you.
Well, I think it's ideal to present it one time to both and then get comments or recommendations from both of them. That would be great too.
Okay, so even if we table it, it does still move forward. So, and right now, a motion and a second was already called. So, what options do we have? Loya, are you listening?
Yes, Chair, I'm still here. So there's a couple of things that are on the floor right now. And it sounds like if you were to do a special meeting, so that would be a special meeting for Law and Order and has just to hear this legislation. And yes, like you were stating, Chair, you could have that special meeting, joint meeting to listen and then vote separately with the HES committee being the final oversight authority. Now, since there was a motion and a second, one could withdraw the motion since it hasn't been heard yet. But since it's on the floor and you're asking whether or not there's questions on the legislation, you can either have the presentation now, and you're correct, the tabling of effect would mean that there was already action at Law and Order Committee, and therefore would move forward. And the only way it would be heard by Law and Order again would be if the HES decided to maybe send it back because they're the final authority. I think my recommendation at this time, and it just depends on what Law and Order would want to do, is if you do table it, it moves to HES, and whether or not they decide to do a special meeting on this legislation or not would be up to them, since it does now move forward to their committee if it's taken. So if you want to do the presentation now, all the amendments and considerations could be heard by the Law and Order Committee today. And then those amendments would move forward to the HES committee. So you have some options there.
Okay. I'm trying to get a hold of Delegate Vince James. I also text Angie to say, I think Angie is assisting them today, right? Yeah, so I text Angie to see if she can have Delegate James call me right away. Because our next meeting, I believe, is not going to be until the 9th, October 9th. That we can do a joint meeting with HES. And then we would have to move the DOJ one to the 23rd, because the 16th, we have Navajo Nation Council. So committee members, I'm texting Delegate James right now. He's in the midst of getting a response back from, I guess, their report. So we can remove the motion in the second and then just move this to the next agenda, or the next the next agenda scheduled on October 9th. And we can schedule that joint HES meeting as well. Or we can again do the tabling, which means that we're still gonna have action and it's gonna move forward to HES. Once it gets to HES, we can't ask any questions. So I'll leave it up to you guys.
Well, I did speak to my agents, they're ready to go, so that we can move forward. Just go through the process. If you don't mind.
You guys just want to move forward?
Yeah, we can. We're prepared.
Okay, well, I've got a lot of questions. Yeah. We're probably gonna be here for a couple of hours. Okay,
Okay, that please.
I think we also need to get DOJ on the line. Oh, you're DOJ? Perfect. Office of Legislative Counsel is also on the line as well. So with that, committee members, we do have legislation 0219-23 that is before us at this time. Motion has been made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo, second by Vice Chair Cheryl Linyazi. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to Vice Chair, who was the sponsor of the legislation. Do we read it into the record? Yeah. Okay, so it's been read into the record. Motion and second has been made. Vice Chair, the floor is yours for presentation.
Okay. Thank you again, everybody here in the meeting and those online listening. Today we have our legislation 219-23. And I do have agents here, Judy Quintero, and also DOJ.
I'm Chris Schneider.
Okay, thank you for joining us. And what I'm going to do is turn the time over to the agents so that they can present the legislation. Thank you. Turn it over to you. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and also Chair and member here of the Law and Order. We thank you for this presentation that we were going to do. The child support. My name is Judy Quintero, and the program manager for Child Support Services. Kia ani bashas chini na kaida shichido tsina junida shimala ashibidak and have you topic and for the sake of Chris here, I'll go ahead and do the presentation in English. My preferred language is Navajo, but I'll do that today. But thank you again. So what we've done on the Child Support Act here is, the Child Support Act was amended back in January of 2021. And that legislation, or the resolution number there is CJA -05-21, which was signed by the former President Jonathan Nez. And now, after doing that, and we are now doing a proposed amendment for the child support guidelines. And the guidelines, the last time that it was actually the only time that this was put in place was back in 1996. And according to the Child Support Act, it says that the
the guidelines should be reviewed every 4 years, and that didn't happen, so that's why we went through the guidelines trying to make the amendments, and we're hoping that the amendments do get approved, because this is what our child support staff use on a daily basis to determine the child support obligation. So the major amendments that we've done in this child support guidelines is that the definition of means tested is what we included in there, because it's been questioned many times what means tested means is, and those are where we have families that are on temporary assistance for needy families, also known as TANF, and then the supplemental social security, supplemental security income, SSI, with social service and Social Security Administration, and also the supplemental nutrition assistance program, SNAP, which is the prior food stamp program that they had, and then also the guardian's fixed income. And those are the definition for means tested that we indicated in here. So that's one of the big changes that we wanted to put that in there, because it'll give more detail to our staff, and also to the hearing bodies that we work with, and we work with Office of Hearings and Appeals. And this same document is also used by the Navajo Nation courts. So that's what we have done. And then the other one, the next one that was changed was the adjustment to the gross income. And the Child Support Act does note, it just notes that, adjustment to the child support, adjustment to the gross income, but it doesn't detail what kind of adjustments could be made. And we indicated on there that when we're calculating the income of the parents, both parents were using the amounts of any, if there is a prior child support order, the amount of the court-ordered alimony and child support actually paid, we use that as an adjustment to the gross income. And then also the amounts necessary for minimal cost for food, shelter, clothing, and transportation of the parents. And that's for both parties, the custodial parent and a non-custodial parent. And also the amounts of insurance premiums that are paid by both parties, mom and dad. And then also the amounts paid in mandatory taxes, medical insurance, and social security reductions. We use their check stubs to make these determinations and make the adjustments to the gross income. Then the next major change that we had done is a subsequent family credit. Here, what we've done is put more detail in this part right here, because again, the act allows us to do so. And for credit is afforded to both parents for any additional biological or adopted children that they have. And of course, when we do that, we have for the father, what we have to do, both parties, what we have to do is have a copy of their acknowledgement of paternity, or paternity declaration that says that they are the biological or the adopted parents, and that's what we will use. Again, using their check stub, we will give them the credits for all the expenses that they can get. And then in multiple cases, sometimes we have cases where mom may have multiple cases, or dad may have multiple cases. And then we also use the court-ordered child support order that is already in place for the paying parent. And that's what we use as far as, giving subsequent family credit. And then, of course, the court may deviate from the amount of the child support that was indicated by the support guideline. So if that amount is determined to be unjust, inequitable, unreasonable, or inappropriate, then that's when what happens is that the courts take the best interest of the children that are involved. So that's what we also have, that part there.
And then the court shall not take into account any stepchildren or either parent in determination of child support obligation and making a determination. Sometimes they'll say, I have stepchildren that I'm also taking care of and raising. So, in this, the subsequent family credit does not have, does not take credit for the stepchildren or any other children that they may have. Again, it goes back to having the paternity established for, the children, so subsequent children will be can be used if there is a acknowledge of paternity or if there is a court ordered paternity determination. Then the next adjustment that we have made or amendment that we have made is the modification. Modification meaning that when a child support obligation has been determined, there's always a modification that can happen. And in the modification, again, this goes back to the Child Support Act, having the authority to do that in the Child Support Act. So when either party can petition that, it can be the custodial parent or the non-custodial parent that can petition for a modification. And that would be based on any change of circumstances that may be there. And that we are looking at, this is the biggest change right here. Well, the modification will take place if there is a 20% increase or decrease of income. That's where the modification would happen. In some cases, what happens is that one of the parties, maybe the paying party, and suddenly they're no longer working. So that's like a change of circumstances. And those kind of situations, we would be looking at the modification. And again, it can be requested by both the custodial parent and a non-custodial parent. And then the next one that we have amendments to is our in-kind and the non-cash. And we do have support orders that may be in-kind, depending on the situation when the hearing officer is hearing the case. So these are special circumstances, and it's something that the in-kind must be agreed by both custodial parent and non-custodial parent. But that in-kind is not like indefinite, but they can review that and have can review that within 6 months, and it's a temporary support order when it's in-kind or non-cash contribution. But that's the next labor change that we did. And then you also see at the end the basic child support schedule, basic child support obligation amounts. And what we've done is we've noted a 5% increase in the schedule. So just like the first one right here, if the combined income of both parties was $800 and there's one child, then it changed from $100 and it increased to $105. And then this goes through the whole schedule here. So we've done recommended 5% increase on the schedule, and that's only we didn't want to be so drastic in the increasing. We know that this is the last time or the only time that this was done in 1996, but this is 2023. So trying to just make a little dent in that as far as the schedule 5%, but it can be the 5% can be changed, or that's what the child support has recommended to do that. And then also we have 2 worksheets. We have a worksheet A where there's a basic visitation, meaning that one of the parents have the children all the time. And so that's a basic visitation schedule worksheet that we have. Then we also have a worksheet B where we call it a shared responsibility. If the children spend at least 35% of the time with one parent, and
then, the rest of the time with, the other parent, and that's what we call a shared responsibility. So we have those worksheets and the instructions for those, and, for this. So that's what we have as far as, having to, make, amendments to this Child Support Act, and we want to, comply with, the Child Support Act and, begin, our, amendment and review this every 4 years, and so that we will be in compliance with the Child Support Act. That's what we have here as far as amendments to the child support worksheet, running guidelines. Thank you. Adding-
Really, thank you for the presentation. I'll turn it back over to your.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm gonna go ahead because Vice Chair is sponsoring the legislation. I've got some questions. So Delegate Arvizo, you are now the chair. Do you accept?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate Arvizo, for assisting us. Delegate Arvizo, the chair is yours.
Madam Chair, thank you. Kacheya Kodo Nigel Chidigi, Hashim Sabada Oidin. We'll make room for some questions if there's any. We do have a motion. Is there any questions?
I've got questions. Thank you, Delegate Arvizo. Thank you again for presenting this information to us. The legislation that was passed in January of 2021, I believe it was sponsored by Delegate Otto. So part of that, as I recall, and I was actually trying to look for that legislation, was that most child support ends when the child turns 18. I believe that the legislation, the fix that was presented by Delegate Otto, so that was approved by council, is that it now would cover, child support now covers throughout the child's 18th birthday. So technically, child support would end when the child turns 19, basically the day before they turn 19, right? Because that's their last day of being 18. So taking that into consideration, with what the policy states in terms of the link, I noticed that the link or that part was not included in the guidelines. Can I ask why that wasn't included in the guidelines for determining child support? Because I think a lot of people don't know that. I think we're really the only, we might be the only sovereign to have extended that child support throughout the 18th birthday.
Madam Chair, we did amend the Child Support Enforcement Act a couple of years ago. And as part of that, child support services had to submit the child support. Is it plan? Is it that term for the child support plan to the Office of Child Support Enforcement, the federal office, for their approval? And although we'd had the same numbers, same age for 24 years, they hadn't commented on it. But when we amended it, that's when they said, no, we had to change it to 19 years. It's got to be 18 inclusive. So that's why the second amendment happened and changed the age to 19 years old. And am I forgetting anything?
No, but it is in the Child Support Act, that amendment was made. So it, all our child support obligation does include children that are 18. So yes, when they turn 19, that's when it stops. And again, it came, this is per the CFR that we have, CFR 309. And the recommendation from our funding agency have made that request that we include that in our Child Support Act, and that's how the change was made.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Delegate Arvizo, so the reason why I asked that question is since we're taking into consideration like the gross income and how those determinations are made, as well as the exclusion of like the TANF, the SSI, the SNAP, you know, the Guardian's fixed income, you know, those are things that we're looking at right now, and we're saying some of that might be excluded. Some of these only extend up to a child who is 18. So like TANF, you know, does it include their 18th year, or does it stop when they become 18? And how does that affect these within the guidelines that are specified?
I do not have an answer for, on TANF's part, but we do work with TANF if they send us a referral and to maybe this family needs child support, so they can refer them to our office, and we work with those families as well too. But as far as their age that they work with, I don't have that information.
There was a major modification to TANF a few years ago. Prior to the change, if you wanted to receive TANF, you had to pursue child support. And they've waived that requirement, is no longer there. So I don't know what the requirements of TANF are, but child support is up to and including 18, so it's 19 years old. But I don't have the information on TANF's qualifications right at the moment.
The reason why I asked that, I'm sorry, the reason why I asked that question is because as was stated, right now, the child support laws have been changed. It's been changed, you know, in the CFR, it's been changed here in the Navajo Nation. It used to be that once the child turned 18, child support stopped.
Right.
However, with this new change now, the child could, you know, through their 18th birthday is still covered by child support, and it technically ends, you know, the day before they turn 19, basically, right?
Right.
So what I'm worried about reading this is within, so you guys are saying when child support is being determined, we look at the income, right? Part of that income would include gross income. And then you guys go down and you say, okay, you know, it can't, like this gross income per 2A shall not include benefits received from means tested public assistance programs or child support received by a parent for the support of other children. Then it says, this is language added. An assistance program is considered means tested if eligibility for its benefits or the amount of such benefits or both are determined on the basis of income or resources of the eligibility unit seeking the benefit. Means tested programs include supplemental nutritional assistance program, which is SNAP, formerly food stamp, temporary assistance for needy families, which is TANF, supplemental security income, public housing, etc. So the reason why I'm asking this question about, you know, were those taken into consideration is I think that 1 year of that child being 18, if TANF stops when that child turns 18, then technically that 1 year would be throwing off child support. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I understand that, you know, within the guidelines, it also states that that the parent who is paying child support can actually request a modification, but that modification can only be per this what's written on page 5 under modification J is only if a person obligated to pay support or the person entitled to the support may petition the court for modification if there is 20% increase or decrease of income. So if you are taking that into consideration, how are you guys going to monitor that last year and taking into consideration TANF, SSI, as well as you know, like the guardian's fixed income, because all of that is going to be affected. If only one part of the law is extending into the 18th year of that child's birth, or that child's, I guess they would be 18, right? And then the other ones stop when they turn 18. How are you guys going to monitor that last year and making sure that that you guys are being fair? And what I worry about as well is we just got a report from the judicial branch, and I believe was it 25,000 cases that they're
behind. I believe it was either 15,000 or 25,000. 25,000. Right now, we're seeing a backlog of cases with the judicial branch, 25,000 cases. What I worry about is how many of those cases, and we've asked for a breakdown, you know, how much of it, because I know that their priority right now are the criminal cases, because we know life, liberty, property is a huge part of our justice system. But with the judicial branch, we did request for a breakdown to see how many cases of that 25,000 that they have this backlog of, how many of those cases are criminal? How many of those cases are child support? How many of those cases are, temporary restraining orders or restraining orders, you know, like give us that breakdown. So what I'm worried about with this change is, you know, how is that going to affect our backlog of cases, and how is that going to affect families who need child support? Because obviously we're looking at the best interest of the child. We want, you know, parents or people need to be responsible. If they're going to have children, they need to pay child support. But at the same time, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, and also, you know, making sure that we are, you know, when it comes to the income, that everything is taken into consideration.
Can I go ahead, Judy?
Mhm.
Madam Chair, I don't know, there's a two-track system. There's the judicial system,
Mhm.
but then child support services is actually an administrative process.
Mhm.
It goes through the Office of Hearings and Appeals. So the caseload in the court wouldn't be something that affects Ms. Platero's program. As far as SSI and SNAP and TANF, I don't think those are income. I don't think they're calculated as income in the gross income calculation.
They're excluded completely. Yeah, it's within the document here. But what I was talking about with the caseload is, as you know, when a dissolution of marriage happens, usually the child support is included in that dissolution. I've yet to hear the court say, okay, we're going to dissolve the marriage, but you guys need to go to Office of Hearing and Appeals to hear what the child support guidelines are, or, you know, how the child support is going to be factored. Usually when there's a dissolution of marriage, and keep in mind, we also recognize within the Navajo Nation, we recognize the, what is it called? Had it at the tip of my tongue. Common law marriage. So that, you know, it does affect the child support. So that's why I was thinking, you know, in terms of the dissolution of marriage, when that happens, usually the child support is determined in that proceedings. So that's one, and that does fall into the 25,000 backlog of cases. Number two is, per the Supreme Court, I know that you guys said that that paternity has to be established. For the fundamental laws of the Supreme Court of the Navajo Nation, paternity doesn't always have to be established. If a man stands in court, and I could be wrong on this, which is why we have DOJ here. If a man stands up in court to say, I am the father of this child, the court is going to presume that he is the father of that child, and no paternity needs to be established. Actually, no paternity tests have to be administered, right? So we know that this is, it is a ruling that has come out of the Supreme Court, and I was trying to remember what the name of that case is. The one that comes up to mind is Matter of the Guardianship of TSEJ. I don't know if that is the actual case itself, but we know that that is one of the rulings of the Supreme Court. So taking that ruling into consideration with the paternity that is being required to be established within this, is it then that a person can just stand up to say, I am the father, I'm going to take responsibility of the child, no paternity has to be established through a test? Or is that, in your mind, a clear line that paternity has been established?
Anyway, we just call that an admission of paternity, Madam Chair. There's a few ways that we can establish paternity. There's admission by the non-custodial parent. We can use testimony from the non-custodial parent. There was decisional law streams that said birth certificates are not sufficient to establish paternity, but the child support amendments set up a rebuttable presumption that if we've got an acknowledgement of paternity through a birth certificate, that's good enough, at least, but it's challengeable. So, and then there's genetic testing. Sometimes somebody will come in and they will, they've been told that the child support claim is that they're the father, and if they don't believe that, then we do have genetic testing available as well.
I'd like to add on that, when we have children that are born into wedlock, and that's during the time when the parents were married, so paternity is not an issue. And then we have.
We hope, right?
That's what we've been doing, yeah, when we're born in the marriage. And even the court, if the court issues a dissolution of marriage, it does indicate that in there. And also we have children that are born out of wedlock, and those are the ones where we, again, goes through the Office of Hearings and Appeals, and they can do admission, the testimony of this custodial parent, and then also the acknowledgement of paternity. Those are used to make that determination. And also, if paternity is questioned by the non-custodial parent, we have 2 labs that we work with that does our DNA testing. So that's another option that we have. So those are the 2. And then when there is a dissolution of marriage from the courts, either party can bring it over to child support, and then we will enforce that court order as is. We don't make no modifications or amendments. We enforce that order as is. And that's basically because of Bikedi versus Bodoni, or Bodoni versus Bikedi. For that, because of that, that's what we do. And then there's also this what do you call it? Karina Davis, that's the other one that we use. Karina Davis versus, I don't remember what the other party's name is. That one, it says that if a parent is going to take a child, they have to have, like the father, they have to have paternity that is established. So we use that to Karina Davis, that law that came out too. That was from the Crown Point courts. And Bodoni versus Bikedi was from the Shiprock courts. So we have those, what do you call those laws?
Precedent.
Yeah, that's what we use in our cases. So our staff are aware of those, and then also we work with the Department of Justice to do those, to help us with those.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you for that. So I guess in terms of the child support being paid, my next question is, how do we, how is this, and I didn't see it in here, and I know that this came up in Crown Point, which is why I'm asking the question. When children are removed from the home, we recently, when we were at the Navajo Nation Fair, we saw all of the children sitting there. I think they were from Hawan Bahajoni, there's Child Haven and Farmington. So when a child is removed from the home, we know that it's a completely separate, it's a completely separate proceedings. It's a completely separate rule of law. But I know that this question came up in Crown Point with the case that I was working on. The court asked the question, in the event that child support is being paid, who receives the child support when the child has been removed from the home? Now, I know that, it's always the best interest of the children, right? That's who we're looking out for. But in this situation, when we're taking into consideration the adjustment to the gross income, you know, when we're looking at the income of the parents, how is that taken in, like, how is that factored? And do the funds go to the home in which the child is staying? Because if it's in the best interest of the child, shouldn't the funds be following the child as opposed to being given to a party, I guess, who may not have the children in their care? How is that taken into consideration when we're looking at the income, when we're looking at the adjustment, when we're looking at the petition for the courts? Is that even something that your office considers?
Can I go? Madam Chair, typically, well, not typically, when child support services is begun, they assign their rights to receive child support or make any decisions, public assignment of rights. So I typically do most of the child support cases. I represent the nation. I don't represent mom. I don't represent the father. So, but when they do assign their rights, that's what gives us the power to take it through OHA. And if a child is removed, that might be a little bit of a weakness because we don't have the assignment of rights of whoever the person is that's got child support. You know, we can get if we get a decision from the court that says, makes that person a guardian, legal guardian, then we can change the payee. But currently the Office of Hearings and Appeals is loath to do that. She doesn't like to, unless there's been an assignment of rights, she doesn't like to change the payee. And that might be something that we come back and talk to you about next time we amend the Child Support Enforcement Act. But right at the moment, that's, if we don't get a change of payee, if we don't get a public assignment of rights from the person that the child has been placed with, then we have to establish all over again with a new person.
I'd like to add on, what we normally do would be like, we would stop all the payments from being released to the custodial parent that no longer has the children. That's what we will do until, you know, it's determined that, you know, this person right here now has custody of the children. So again, we have to get their assignment of rights, just like Chris was noting here. So that's what we will do. So we do have cases that fall into that category, yes. And sometimes what happens is that the child may be with another parent or another person, but we don't get that information right then and there all the time. So until maybe the non-custodial parent may say, oh, you know, why am I paying child support? She no longer has the children. Until then, we will know. Otherwise, we don't get information that this child has been taken from the home and is now in this maybe foster care or wherever the may be placed or with another family member. We don't get that information right away. So we will go based upon whatever report is made by any party, and the workers will do an investigation on that and then go from there.
Okay. So right now, Office of Hearing and Appeals is hearing these cases. And I'm guessing that even if there's the dissolution of marriage, that it still goes to Office of Hearing and Appeals in the event that there's a modification. Are you guys comfortable with it going through Office of Hearing and Appeals? Would you guys prefer it to go through the courts? Or I guess, what recommendations do you have at this point so that these cases get heard in a timely fashion?
as as was stated, there is a Supreme Court case called Benoni versus the Office of Navajo Office of Hearings and Appeals that came down from the Supreme Court that basically limits what the Office of Hearings and Appeals can do. All we can do in those cases, if it's a judicial order coming from the family court or from outside, we can't do anything other than enforce it. And we have to send them back to the courts, which is a headache. I have tried to do a certified question to the Office of Hearings and Appeals to try and bypass that because well, after COVID, the dockets are huge.
Yeah.
You can't get a modification through the courts, but OHA does it every month. We have hearings, so we've got the expertise to do it. And if they'd use their power, the writ of assistance and order the Office of Hearings and Appeals, I think it'd make more sense. Or we could come back and visit with you again, and we can modify or amend the Child Support Enforcement Act again. But yeah, it's always been a problem, especially when something comes in, it's an emergency. We had a case in Shiprock where the custodial parent had gone. She's gone. Nobody can find her. So the non-custodial parent is paying child support, but basically the money is not going anywhere. It's just sitting in suspense. So there was an emergency motion to the Office of Hearings and Appeals to stay that. But we can't do anything other than we can't do anything. You got to take that back to the courts. And, it took us 13 months, I think, in order for them to even acknowledge that it was on their docket. So me personally, yeah, I have a problem with not being able to modify child support from other organizations, other entities. But that's about what I have. Anything?
I'd be interested in sponsoring legislation to change that. And the reason why I brought this forward is because, my jaw just about hit the floor. I don't know how you guys felt when we heard the 25,000 backlog of cases through the Supreme Court, or through the judicial branch. I wondered, how many of those are, what is that breakdown? What are we seeing? How many of those cases, are kind of just stuck there? Meanwhile, we have children who obviously are in need of assistance, and it just kind of creates a domino effect. If they're not getting the child support that is, that they're supposed to be receiving, it leaves mom or, grandparents to have to look to other resources, which sometimes comes to us as delegates, where grandparents are reaching out to us saying, they don't have enough money for school clothing, or they don't have enough money for simple necessities like diapers, or, those types of things, which child support should be covering. In addition to that, we also, during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we also got questions of whether that hardship could be considered income as, to the parents. And of course, it happened so fast. We didn't have enough time to really, make those adjustments, and we made it across the board where it wasn't going to be considered income. So now, as we start to prepare, I know that I am proposing a deadline date that the ARPA money be spent. Otherwise, it goes out to the people. That's another thing that's coming up. Should it go to the people who owe child support? I think not. I think if you owe child support and you're going to get $2,000 assistance for ARPA, then that money should go to your children. But, I guess we'll leave it up to council to make that decision. So those types of things, I think, are kind of, they're coming forward that you guys should be prepared for, in answering, those questions, whether, I don't know at this point, what we're looking at for, what is owed to the children. My next question is, I know that, and forgive me for being ignorant in this sense, but how does, I know that if a parent goes to the state and the state is enforcing child support, then usually you guys are made aware, right? Is my understanding, but there's some type of miscommunication that's happening between the Navajo Nation child support
offices and the state of Arizona, the state of New Mexico, and the state of Utah. So can you explain to us what that relationship is in terms of the way that child support is coming down, I guess, is being decided? If it's being decided by the state of New Mexico, I know that, you know, that you guys would enforce that. But if it's being decided by the Navajo Nation, is the state of New Mexico or the state of Arizona or the state of Utah enforcing what's coming down in terms of what people should be paying for child support? So that's my first question. My second question is, with your breakdown here, your basic child support obligation amounts. Is this taking into consideration what we are seeing with the way that the economy is? Or do these numbers have to be amended? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's a federal act. It's called the Full Faith and Credit for Child Support Orders Act. And it's catchy, but that's what it is. If an entity is receiving 4D funds from the federal government through the Social Security Act, and all states get 4D funds, and so does the Navajo Nation. Out of the 22 tribes in Arizona, there's only one 4D program. It's here. So any order that we issue is supposed to be given full faith and credit in any state that's receiving 4D money, or any tribe that's receiving 4D money, as long as there's basic due process that's given to people in the hearing, and vice versa. If we get an order from New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, Louisiana, we have to give the full faith and credit as long as there's been due process it's been given. And what was the other question? Sorry.
Whether these numbers reflect.
I can answer that one. Child support reached out to the recently hired economists through business, what is it called?
Economic development.
Economic
Yeah.
development. Yes, and only one economist, so we reached out to them, but we didn't get any response back. But I can surely reach out to them again if needed. But so that's what we were going to use to, make a determination or recommendation on the schedule. So that did not happen. So we, as Child Support Services, we decided, let's go for 5%. We won't make a drastic increase or decrease, but we will do that. And this guide, the amounts here on this schedule was what New Mexico had back in 1996 when the guidelines was established. And that's what that was. So that's what we did, just increased it by 5%. We reached out to the many communities within the Navajo Nation. We held public hearings, but no one out there in any of our public hearings made any suggestion on the schedule. Again, we brought that up. This is what we have right now. So again, for that reason, we just make that determination. Let's start with 5% and see what's recommended or what's advised, and next 4 years we can make changes again if needed, if necessary, if it's substantiated. That's what we have determined. So this is just what Child Support Services is recommending.
So let me see if I got this correct. So if both parents were making $850 a month, well, gross month, gross monthly income. So $850, and they have 3 children. Is that $158 to cover all 3 children?
Yes. If their income is $850 combined. And
not including SSI, not including TANF, not including where they're getting any type of federal assistance, okay?
And if they are not employed, both mom and dad, or either party's not employed, we use minimum wage. And we use the federal minimum wage.
Okay.
And we're looking for Navajo Nation's minimum wage so we can.
Well, you know, that legislation is coming down the pipeline.
Is it great?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is coming down the pipeline. There's a delegate who's sponsoring that legislation.
I just recently had David Jordan trying to
Uh,
ring the bell. He wants to know, what's the minimum wage? Hasn't changed. Not here. So,
Again, we use the federal minimum wage and y'all know what that is, right?
Yeah, it's not, yeah, it's not very good. Well, the reason why I was asking about, you know, whether these amounts reflect what's happening today, you know, we 5% increase, that's a really small increase. When we're seeing across the board, 20% increase in everything. And in fact, what the auto workers right now are striking, right? 40% is what they're asking for, and they've got a 20% increase in their salary. 5% is really not a lot.
Yes, very minimal. We
And-
agree.
I'm thinking of the children out there, you know, who have been abandoned by one or more, or probably both parents. You know, this to me doesn't reflect what's needed out there, especially because of the rising cost of food, the rising cost of clothing, which is what, you know, the necessities that are out there. So I'm just thinking in terms of the children, is this really fair for them? And I feel like it's not fair. That's why I was asking, where did you guys come up with this, and do you think it's fair? I would have liked to have seen a 20% increase, which is what we're seeing across the board nationally with everything. But you know, I'll leave that to, you know, to you guys to decide, since you guys put this forward. And then in terms of the full faith and credit, as you know, that doesn't always work. You know, we have currently laws that are passed and we're supposed to be respecting them, but we don't.
Yeah.
So full faith and credit doesn't always work, which is why I was asking, how does it work with the, you know, is it working well with the child support? Are we getting the support from the states? Are we getting recognition from the states? And I asked that question too, because one of the challenges that we often get in terms of jurisdiction is who is hearing the cases. In this case, we have Office of Hearing and Appeals that is making the determination. We recently learned with probate cases that peacemaking can no longer be a part of that process, that it needs to go through the proper channels of, you know, the judicial courts or the courts. So I just want to make sure, and I've heard this, you know, with parents coming out, that they might get an issue. They might get something issued from off reservation that they bring, and it usually gets honored, but vice versa doesn't always necessarily get honored. Especially if you have a parent who's moving from, let's say, the Navajo Nation to Texas. Texas doesn't always honor the Navajo Nation. And in fact, there's been arguments made that we are not sovereign, and that we shouldn't be, you know, handing down court decisions that other states are required to, you know, to follow. And that's why, so I know with Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah, those are given because we're within those states. But I just worry, you know, about other states that we're sending these, I guess, OHAs making these decisions, and they're being sent to these other states. And it's always a question of, you know, is that the right court to be hearing the case? So that's why I'm saying full faith and credit doesn't always work. And you know that, and being there in DOJ.
I'm not aware of anything that's being dishonored. Judy'd probably be a better person to ask. I'm just a lawyer, but you know, I know that time is flying by anymore. A quarter ago, 6 months ago, I know that there was some issues with New Mexico vital records. They had some problems with Navajo's orders, and it was it was a shame. Cause they're going out there to get their birth certificates altered after OHA has said, you know, this is dad, we've established paternity. And the only place they can go, they have to go all the way to Santa Fe in order to get that done. And they had a problem with it, but I think we fixed that, didn't we?
Yes, that was corrected. I know before we did have like a certain language that had to be in the court order for New Mexico Vital Records to accept that, and that has been corrected, and so they do have that proper language in there. And as far as full faith and credit, what we're doing with other states and other tribes, when we have a non-custodial parent, let's say out in the state of Virginia. So what we do is we initiate what we call an intergovernmental case. We initiate documents to the state of Virginia, child support. And then from there, their central administration, and there they determine which office to send that to. And they'll reply back to us saying that this is the caseworker that you will be working with, and we can ask them to establish a court order. We can tell them we have a court order, this needs to be enforced. And so we work with the states. Actually is international. We even have some countries that we work with. I think we have a case in France, or was it Germany? One of those countries that we have too, where we are actually getting child support from there. So it's our intergovernmental cases that helps us with these full faith and credit. And likewise with a tribe, if we send, if they are a 4D program, and we send the same packet to them, and we will work with them, and they'll help us. And if we get an intergovernmental case here on Navajo Nation, we do likewise. We work with our staff or work to order or collect child support. So we do work with other states and other tribes in that way. I don't think we've come across anywhere that they won't honor or acknowledge our cases. The only thing I can think of is sometimes there's a jurisdictional issues like with New Mexico or Arizona, and we do have parents that move back and forth. What do they say? Navajo is like, you know, they move around. And so in those cases, we do fall into like, you know, okay, where is this parent who has jurisdiction? And that's where we rely on Office of Hearings, Department of Justice to help us make that determination and proceed with our cases. That's what we do.
You know, I remember I remember when I was in high school, you would open up the newspaper and they would have like a listing of all the deadbeat dads, but not deadbeat parents, right? Deadbeat dads. And they would have a listing of all of the people along with what they owe, right? So, and this is public information. Is that something that you guys would consider? Because I'm guessing that there's a lot of parents out there who are not paying child support. And I know I can think of one person right now who is trying to beat the system by jumping from job to job so that child support doesn't locate them. And I laugh because I'm like, well, they're going to still get you at the end of the year with your taxes. But this person's like, oh, I don't pay taxes. That's even worse. You're going to go to jail, not only for avoiding child support, but also for not paying taxes. But you do have these people out there who are doing that. And so my question is, I guess it's not really pertaining to this legislation, but maybe something you guys can consider is, you know, is that something that should be done? And we've had the same question with Law and Order Committee for those who have warrants. And not only the Navajo Nation, but warrants, you know, off the nation, to have a day where like a warrant blitz, come in and resolve your warrant, you know, if your name is on there, because again, this is public information. So My last question though is, why do you guys not consider? I feel like I know the answer to this and I feel kind of stupid asking it, but I just want to hear what your response is. But if, let's say, John Doe has suddenly entered into a relationship with Elaine Doe, and Elaine has got 3 kids, and John Doe, you know, has 2 kids with his former wife, Jane Doe. And, you know, Elaine has got her 3 kids and John is suddenly supporting the 3 kids. How come you guys don't take that into consideration? Is it just the mentality that if he can take care of her kids, he should be able to take care of his kids? Because isn't that on the,
There's a subsequent family credit that they can receive, but they have to be living with the child. They've got to be an actual parent. Named on the birth certificate.
because if you look at page 4, it says subsequent family credit. Credit can be afforded to both parent or any additional biological or adopted it says child children. If you look at number 4, it says the court shall not take into account any stepchildren or either parent in determination of the child support obligation. But in making such determination, the court may take into account reasonable support obligations of either parent as to only natural, legal, or legally adopted minor children in the custody of the parent. So if John Doe doesn't legally adopt the children and he's caring for the children, you guys don't take that into consideration. So his only option at that point is to adopt the children in order for it to be taken into consideration as credit.
Child
Yeah.
support.
To get that subsequent family credit, yes. But we won't make them.
Because you'll have more kids to support, right? If it doesn't work.
Hypothetically, child support is, you have this relationship and then it fractures, but in the law's mind, we're keeping that relationship together. These kids were in that relationship, these parents, and we're gonna make you take care of your kids, which is proper. But we don't want them to have to take care of other children, and we don't reflect that in the calculations unless they are natural or adoptive parents, and I don't really know the policy reason behind it, but
Well, see, that to me goes against what the Supreme Court stated in terms of fundamental law of a man standing up to just say, those are my children, and not ever having to do a paternity test. But then because he does that, even if they're not his children, he still would be liable for paying child support. That's why I feel like this is kind of contradicting. And then in terms of full faith and credit, the case that I was talking about that came out of Texas, I used to live in Texas, and I remember I was there in the court hearing when this happened with the family where there was the Navajo Nation decision that was made regarding the child support, and Texas wasn't honoring it. And a part of it was because paternity was never established through an actual test. So the man said, I don't believe in that. Like, I didn't want to take a paternity test because in our culture, we don't do that. And so the court there in Texas said, well, you're in Texas now. And if you want, if you want our laws to apply to you, then you have to follow our laws as well. So you need to take that paternity test to determine whether you are the father. And so there was that, that argument that was happening. But, I just think it's contradicting that on the one hand, the Supreme Court is saying, the Supreme Court of the Navajo Nation is saying that all it takes is a man to stand up to say, I am the father, and then it's done. And then the child support attaches to them. But when it comes to the credit part, you guys are not taking that into consideration. So we have a lot of, we have a lot of men, even women, who have adopted children, maybe not through the legal court process, but they've adopted children to say, like, I will be your dad or I will be your mom, and they become mom and dad. And that's all that the child knows for that whole time. And you always hear, people when they're introducing themselves, they say their clan and they'll say, this clan raised me, that's where that comes from. So what I guess I'm just having a hard time. Why is that not taken into consideration when we're looking at the credit part of that?
Okay, going back to, thank you for that question, and it really does make you think about what child support is doing and what, what other things that could be done, and we're looking at, making more amendments as time goes along, so, we'll be reaching out for, for a new legislature for that too. But, in the introduction, it says an application guide, child support guidelines are based on an income shares model. The income shares model is predicated on the concept that the child should receive the same proportion of parental income that he or she would have received if the parents lived together. That's how we're doing this, the schedule and the worksheet. That's what we're doing. So let's say, let me see. Let's say the parents are making $235. Let's say that the $1,100 is what the combined income is.
Okay,
Okay, and the child support obligation would be $235
so one child.
for one child. And depending on which party, let's say both of them are making the same amount. So we'll just do the 50-50 percent for each one of them. So what will happen is that the $235, half of that is what the custodial parent would be responsible for. And then the other half would be what the non-custodial parent would be paying. So of that $235, if you do 50%, you will have both parties contributing $117. And that's how this schedule and the worksheets that are attached that show that. But if let's say mom was making, the custodial parent was making 25%, and then the father is making 75%. Again, we use that percentage. I have my
So I have $117.50.
okay,
per-
that would
per
be,
parent.
yeah, that would be if they were at 50, 50 and 50. Yeah, now let's do 25% and 75%
Of the
of
235.
the 235.
So 25% is $58.75.
Okay, and then the 75 times 3.
0.75 is 176.25.
Okay, so the custodial parent would be responsible for $58.75 of that 235. And the non-custodial parent would be paying $176.25. But of course, what we do is we round it off to a whole dollar.
So it would be 176.
176. Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
That just, shows how child support is determined using the income of both parties and the that percentage.
So I'm looking at the New Mexico Child Support worksheet, or the New Mexico Child Support calculator. How different is this here from the state of New Mexico? Because you guys said you guys borrowed this from New Mexico, right? But then you guys just increased it by 5%.
Yes, we borrowed this from New Mexico back in 1996.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you guys only increased it by 5% from 1996 income.
And that's what we're doing, yes, by 5%.
Can we make an amendment to this? Can we increase it to 20%? Because if you look at 1996, obviously a lot has changed. The dollar is not what it used to be anymore. But if the argument is the best interest of the children, then shouldn't the children be receiving their share of income? I don't know.
Lawmakers.
Yeah, I believe that you can. I don't-
Yeah.
if that's what you want to do. I agree with you, but you know, it's not a Kevin Costner luxury, $250,000 a month. We're talking a couple $100, you know, it's a meal. It's a little bit of gas in your tank. So I'm in favor of it, but I don't know. Can Navajo non-custodial parents afford that? We don't. The Office of Hearings and Appeals on our income withholding orders, and the hearing officer herself, she stresses, you know, child support has got to be affordable, and we don't want to go. We won't go beyond 40% of their income for child support.
That's putting the parent before the children.
Hmm.
So how can you say that this is the best interest of the children when you're putting the parent before the child?
I agree.
Well, let me put it this way. I think, it is ideal to do that because, 5% is very, very minimal. And we did 5% because we thought, you know, let's go from there and let's see what the recommendation would be. And as lawmakers, you know, I think that's, something that, you all could do and, tell us, this is what it is, this is what it should be. Yes, we're here for the best interest of the children. But this, if you look at this, you know, with a 5% increase, and even just saying that one child income of $1,100, you know, the non-custodial parent just pays $117 if it was only one child. It's 50% and 50%. So we
Is that-
do
that-
we
that's
do
a-
want the best interest of the children.
That's $117 a month for one child.
Yes. Yes. Compare that to, let's say, both parents are working. Okay. And the income of both parents is, okay, 4,000 a month. Okay, let's go to 4,000.
That's hit big, Delia Urbizo, that's hit big. 1,000. Mom and dad are employed. So that's 578, but we have
For
to do
one-
the
Yeah,
calculation.
for one child, again, we can do the 50%, both parties are making the same amount, 2,000 and 2,000, 578. $269 for each parent has to contribute. Mom, if the mom is a custodial parent, she contributes to $269. And dad will pay $269.
So how do you verify that the custodial parents, that they are meeting the 50/50? How do you prove that? If by word of mouth, like,
Judy's probably a better person to ask, but they do send out employment verifications for the non-custodial parent. They can contact, there's federal law, they have to comply, they send out employment verifications to the person's employer. Check stubs with the deductions are submitted. Sometimes even with the employment verification, the non-custodial parent doesn't agree with what their employer is saying, so we will have them submit 2-3 check stubs and try and adjust it that way. People that are unemployed, we impute it at minimum wage. It's $224 a month for child support. And my parents got divorced a long time ago, and that's about what they were paying in 73. You know, so it's
so I know there's different scenarios for each case. And we're talking about a high and a low. And that's usually one of the arguments between the two couples is that you're not fulfilling your part of this deal. Therefore, I'm not gonna do it. And they never go to court to modify their child support. So then the kids end up paying the price as they just kind of leave the child support alone. And nobody's really helping anybody. That's why I asked the question. How do we get the custodial parents? How do we verify he or she is doing her part to get the non-custodial parent to do their full commitment of 100%?
How do we prove that a custodial parent does her contribution? Okay. He or she, yeah, a custodial parent, he or she. The custodial parent is the one that has the children, all the time. So they have a home, a roof over their head. Of course, you got utilities that you pay, and then they have, the obligation of, educational for the children. And also medical, needs for the children, and then, entertainment. And that's what mom or the dad, who is the custodial parent, contributes with having the children 100% of the time. So that's their contribution right there. And the non-custodial parent that is not in the home, and they're contributing the monetary amount to help carry out all of these with the custodial parent. We do get questions like that from the non-custodial parent. How do you know that she or he is going to contribute that amount? And that's our explanation. They have the children in their home, so they have to do all of this.
They want to see dollar amount. That's what they want to see. They don't see that the lights and all that. They never, the non-custodial parents never see that.
Yes.
And I think, I don't know how, but that needs to be educated a little bit better.
Yeah.
That, moms or the custodial parent has to do these things, and it costs us money to do these things. Therefore, almost like he or she is credited for their performance in the household. And the non-custodial parent, they don't understand that, they don't see that. And that's just reasons to say, well, I'm not taking my part.
Right. So if there is a non-custodial parent that's inquiring on that, and making that, noted and, questioning that, that's the explanation that they're provided, and usually they take that, oh, okay. Yes.
I'm sure.
Loya, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Loya, I'd like to amend this legislation 0219-23, but I'm just not sure how to do it. I looked through it one more time. There is, after page 6, we go into the basic child support schedule. It's not noted as Exhibit A, nor is it referenced in the legislation, which is why I'm not sure exactly how we can amend this. As was stated in 1996, the amounts were taken from the state of New Mexico in 1996. And then just recently, the push right now is to increase that to 5%. What I'd like to actually increase it to is 20%. So if we were to amend the legislation to reflect the 20%, with the interest of the best interest of the children in mind, not the parents, the children, 20% to me seems reasonable. So how do I amend this so that it reflects the 20% increase as opposed to the 5% increase?
Thank you, Chair. In anticipation for that amendment, I have drafted language and have sent it out for you to review. And I think Lorraine should have a copy so that she can present that. But I could also just state the amendment as well. And the language for the amendment, if you'd like.
I see it, but I think because Vice Chair Yazzie and Delegate Arvizo, I don't know if they can pull it up on their phone. Do you want to just go ahead and I'm making the motion for this amendment, but obviously it's going to need a second and a vote as well. keep in mind that Delegate Arvizo is chairing right now because I did have questions to this legislation. And because it's not going to full NABI, this was the only opportunity that I had as chair to ask questions and to make amendments to this legislation. So I do want that on the record. But do you want to go ahead and read the language that you propose?
I can certainly do that for you, Chair. So this is the amendment for legislation number 0219-23. Number 1, in Exhibit A on page 6, remove the basic child support schedule, basic child support obligation amounts reflecting a 5% increase, and insert new basic child support schedule, basic child support obligation amounts reflecting a 20% increase. Number 2 would be to renumber and re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language within any other amendments which language shall be conformed to this amendment. With this amendment, it is allowing me to work with the child support enforcement agency, Ms. Platero, to get that new schedule provided if the committee decides to motion this through or accepts this amendment. And so I will be working with them to get that new exhibit to reflect the 20% increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawyer, for that clarification. I want to say, I want to caution everyone about jumping up 20%. And I feel that it's good, but you could also take yourself right out of the market, where a gentleman or he or she may say, you know what? I'm gonna pay it, I'll take my chances. And with our system, being as it is under Navajo Nation, when defendants come before the judge and they're asked to pay high amount, all they have to say is, you know, I don't work, or you know, there's always some type of excuse, and the judge takes it all the way from 250, okay, you know, pay $15. Boom. So I just want to caution the committee and the presenters that, you know, in the jewelry business, we call it, we don't want to price ourselves out of the market.
Yeah.
We got to stay within an amount where it is reasonable. And we've got to look at both sides. And but I agree, from 1996 to now, but we are, it's a little different and really complicated on the reservation. Because we're big and we're all spread out so much. I feel that if you go and I'm looking at 2000, I always look at 2000 when this 100 is too low. We all know that, but not everybody gets that. So the average, I think, is around 2000 for Navajo Nation. So with that, it's like a 392. That's still a little low, but sometimes the custodial parent is usually not working.
Yeah.
And it comes up to the payee that has to come up with this full amount. Do that to someone, you risk the chance of not ever getting it. I mean, that's just what I see, and I've heard about it. I see it out on the reservation all the time where people, you know, people will say, oh, yeah, I'm just not gonna pay it. Let's see what happens. Vice Chair, you had a question?
Yes, thank you for the presentation and the amendment. I know when I first was approached with this legislation, and I too saw these numbers, and I know these are very low, but I I left it to Judy to come up with that number. And I think there's a reason why it's at that 5%. And I think it has to do with just our system and the way I'm thinking she knows more about the reality of how parents actually pay these. And if it would really come to the kid, because the other part too is to benefit in the best interest of the child, you know, we have to make sure that they're getting something. And I think if it's this 5% and you've already done your public hearings and nobody had anything to say about it and they were good with it, then that's where I put my trust in what she had offered in this legislation. And I, like I said, I looked at the numbers and I wanted to increase it to something bigger, but you know, I have to kind of go with what their work and how their systems work, how they know it more than me of how it's gonna work for them. And so I also agree that we can later come back with amendments if, let's say, we do this slowly and you're able to be successful with this, and then maybe we can start to move it up a little more. And so I think I want to also make sure that we are consistent on the 4 years. You know, we come back every 4 years and look at this. And so I'd like to see a more gradual increase, since it hasn't been done since 1886. And even that was something that I questioned, was like, how did you come up with these numbers? And I did do my own research and looked at other states, and they do pay out more, but I know just our Navajo Nation systems, you know, it's really tough to, you know, work with it and really understand, you know, how do we get it to do what it needs to do so that it works for our communities, our kids, and, you know, everybody. So that's just the comment I have. Thank you.
With that, we do have a motion.
But we started debate before you asked for a second. It's okay. So Judy, are you comfortable with the 20% or are you good with just it being at 5%? We'll leave it up to you. Because I'm kind of sensing that maybe you didn't know that we could amend it to increase it. And the other thing that I want to remind colleagues that we're unique in the sense that we take into consideration in-kind, non-cash contributions that could be used. Those include a quart of firewood, livestock, repairs of the custodial parents' abode, game, payments of custodial parents' home utilities, vehicles, etc., maintenance of custodial parents' home and yard, maintenance of children's basic needs. So those are taken into consideration. So it's not like we're going to be demanding this on top of the payment. What we're just saying is if we increase it, that, you know, maybe it will push a parent to do more than what they're doing right now, which in some cases is nothing. And let them know that, you know, I really like this addition with the in-kind non-cash contributions, because I think we have a lot of families that do make those types of contributions to their grandkids in some cases. And I know that there are parents sometimes that make out deals where they'll say, well, I'll buy the school clothes this year. And then, you know, now based on this, we can deduct that from the child support that would be due or owed that month. So it's not like we're standing there demanding full payment. You know, we're giving them this option of the in-kind, non-cash contribution and services. You owe the committee $5, Mayo. Log off for Netflix, Mayo. So, Ms. Platero, it sounds like the ball is in your court. Do you want to do the 20%? Do you want to keep it at 5%? Do you, I mean, we can amend it to what you feel is comfortable. If you want to do 11%, that's, you know, something that we can amend. But if you want to keep it at 5%, we can keep it at 5%, and I'll remove my motion to amend this legislation. Okay. Oh, and then the last thing I will say is in 1996, $1, what it's worth today is $1.96. So it's almost a $2. It's almost doubled. What, you know, if you take into consideration what's going on with the economy, if you're taking into consideration inflation,
you know. And I'm thinking about a loaf of bread, what it cost. I mean, I just about flipped out when I went to go get a loaf of bread yesterday. So it's cheaper for me to make bread at home. But it was garlic bread. I had to have garlic bread. But I just couldn't believe just that one box of garlic bread, what I used to pay versus what I paid yesterday. And just that cost of just that. And I'm thinking of, you know, like food has increased so much.
Yes, Gerald, you wanna go over your numbers again, or do you wanna go with Madam,
Where do you feel comfortable?
Okay, I'd like to see the numbers at 20%, see what that is, and then, I was just looking at the 10%. I mean, that's obvious and really easy to calculate. Like the first one would be $100, the 10% would be, 110. I guess 20% will be like $120. Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize it'd be easy to calculate.
Well, with
I was gonna
$100,
say-
that's easy, but when you start getting.
Yeah, when you start getting to the other ones, yes, it is. And, we want, child support, and this is a national trend where, it has to be affordable. Otherwise, we create like a huge, arrears, that sometimes cannot be, it can be astronomical. We do have cases that where we have large arrears. So something that's going to be reasonable and also fair to both parties, and that it can be affordable. And right now, as it is, I think it's been okay. Even our minimum wage has been okay. But of course, when a Navajo Nation's minimum wage changes again, that'll be totally different, because the minimum wage we're using is the federal, and that's $7.25. That's what we're using. Yes. And that's the federal minimum wage that we're using. So
I'm thinking of McDonald's. McDonald's starts off their employees at $14 an hour here on the Navajo Nation.
and we're using $7.25, which is the federal minimum wage, and that has not changed. That's what we're using. And that's one of the questions that we have had, as far as minimum wage, and then hearing that Navajo Nation is working on a minimum wage. That's what we're looking forward to too. So that when that happens, that'll be great. But maybe 10% would be good for the first step, first time to amend this one. And again, this can always come up for amendments, and we'll see how the 10% would be. So I can do a new schedule at 10%.
Okay. So Loya, did you get that? So it wouldn't be 20%, it would be 10%.
Yes, and I can send that out.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Patero. So, Delia Arvizo, I made the motion. So the language will be sent out, but it will reflect a 10% increase as opposed to a 5% increase. And I think that's like down below.
with that, we have a motion to amend an increase of 5% to 10%. Do I have a second?
Mr. Pro Tem Chair, the amendment may be a possible directive to the program to have a new updated into the A with the correct numbers, dollar amounts for the 10% ready for heads
Yes.
be inserted after this.
Can you get it done in a week?
Yes,
Because I think Hess will be meeting next week on Monday.
yes, we can.
Then it'll go along with the directive to get all the numbers correct by Jesse's meeting on Monday.
Okay.
With that, we still have that motion to increase to 10%. Do we have a second?
Yeah.
We do have a second by Vice Chair Yazzie, motion by Chair Charles Newton. We go to vote on the staff assistant with voting for the increase to 10%.
Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Chosden, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Chosden, votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, votes green. Honorable Nathan Notes is excused. Honorable Herman and Daniel Junior is excused. Honorable Pro Tem Chair Stephen F. Soya, 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 not voting.
Thank you for assisting us with that vote now. Back to the main motion.
Yes, I can do.
Oh, I do a second reading? Yes, please do so, that.
Okay, so the amendment to legislation number 0219-23, number 1, in exhibit A on page 6, remove the basic child support schedule, basic child support obligation amount, reflecting a 5% increase, and insert new basic child support schedule, basic child support obligation amounts, reflecting a 10% increase. And then renumber or reletter CD paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment receives inconsistent language, and any other amendments with language shall be conformed to this amendment. And directive to the program to have a new updated exhibit A with correct dollar amount for 10% ready for test committee. And from there, has can do a swap out amendment. Thank you.
Staff, thank you for the second reading of the amendment. With that, we go back to the main motion.
Do I hand it back over to you?
Yes.
Thank-
I'm gonna hand the floor back over, or the meeting back over to Terry.
Thank you for assisting Delegate Arvizo as pro tem. Legislation number 0219-23 motion was established by Delegate Stephen Arvizo, second by Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. There was one amendment. That amendment was read into the record. The amendment did pass. At this time, committee members, are there any further questions, comments, or amendments that need to be made to legislation number 0219-23? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote with one amendment. The amendment was read into the record. So let's go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Cheryl, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, votes green. Honorable Nathan Notes is excused. Honorable Herman and Daniel Junior is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton. You have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair Charles did not vote.
Thank you for that, Cheryl. So with that, legislation number 0219-23 does pass at the Law and Order Committee, and it does proceed forward to Health Education Human Services, who does have final approval. So at this time, thank you, Ms. Platero, and thank you, Mr. Schneider. Thank you for your assistance in serving as agents. Thank you for sponsoring the legislation, Vice Chair Yazzie. At this time, your agents are excused. So we'll go ahead and proceed forward to item 7B on the agenda. We are now at discussion, Law and Order Committee to meet at Torreon Chapter House, Torreon, New Mexico on October 23rd, 2023. Can I get a motion in a second so that we can start our discussion?
Motion.
Motion made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Can I get a second? Can I get a second? Second made by Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. So with that, committee members, we are now open for discussion. Just to recap, Delegate George Tolles has invited the Law and Order Committee to meet at his chapter in Torreon, New Mexico on October 23rd, 2023. Initially, we were supposed to be in Torreon I believe it was the week on September 11th. However, that was when we traveled to DC for advocacy for public safety and justice. So right now, committee members, if you guys open up your calendar books, just know that Law and Order Committee will be meeting on October 9th, the 23rd, and the 30th. So this is where we're going to see the second Monday. We're not meeting because we have fall sessions scheduled the 16th through the 20th. So if we were to go to Torreon, it would be the Monday after fall session on the 23rd. Are there any questions or any comments or any other suggestions to the date?
We're going in.
Torreon? You know where Torreon is
No, I
at.
don't.
You don't?
Torreon
Torreon is an Eastern agency. It is way down Sandoval, Encino, Pueblo Pintado. It's between Crown Point. There's Crown Point.
Right here. Over here, standing off Crown Point, Pinedale, Reality.
Right here. So it's between Crown Point and,
White Horse Lake.
yeah. Yeah, okay, Crown Point. So it's somewhere right here, between here.
They're not on the map. That's why I didn't find it.
Yeah. They're actually not on the map. That's interesting. You don't have to go. It's a ways away. It's it's more east of Crown Point. In fact, I want to say it's like way down here at the end.
Okay.
Oh, there it is, Torreon. I think it's supposed to be like right here. But I'm pretty sure it's like at the end of where this black is there. Best way to go is through. Just follow the road. Okay, so on October 23rd, are we good with that date?
Yes.
Okay.
I look forward to it. Gotta meet on that day.
Okay, so a motion was established by Delia Arvizo, second by Vice Chair Yazzie
That's what I.
for October 23rd.
Maybe this is it, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. Well, I thought it was this here.
I think it is this one. Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know why. It's somewhere different in the world. Yeah.
Because I don't remember having to go up to Pueblo Pintado and then going across. I just remember going straight across, cause yeah, unless
Yeah, I
they
think
connected that road
this-
right there.
Yeah, I think they did, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes down.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think that
Okay,
is
so they
it right
did
there.
connect. Okay. I was gonna say, I just remember following, it's a paved road from Crown Point all the way to Torreon. Unless you come this way off 44, then it's,
Albuquerque.
yeah. Mhm.
Oh, it's stay now.
I think the closest place that you could stay actually would probably be either Gallup or Farmington. But if you stayed in Farmington, it would be still a ways
Yeah.
away.
Grants is your closest state.
Yeah, might be Gretz. Because Tuajalli is right here.
Grants will be here. 53 all the way up 59 up to West Lane cut across.
Oh, there you
Or
go.
53 all the way up. From Grants or Milan.
I think there's also, I think it's Cuba
Oh, Cuba's further up.
in this via. Yeah, Cuba. Yeah, see, if you stay here in Cuba, then you can just come down straight into Torreon.
But you have to go through this way first and then come back.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway,
Okay,
October
yeah,
twenty-third, are we good? Okay. So, we'll go ahead and take a vote. Cheryl, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Avisa, how do you vote?
Yes,
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Avisa votes again. Honorable Vice Chair Cheryl Nazzy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Cheryl Nazzy votes again. Honorable Nathan Notes is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is excused. Honorable Madam Chair Charleston, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Chair Charleston, not voting.
Thank you for that, Cheryl. So, Lorraine, if you can go ahead and get the information out to Delegate Toll, and then make sure you CC the entire LOC to let us all know that the 23rd will be in Torreon for a Law and Order Committee meeting. So we are now down to item number 8, close of meeting. Before I call for adjournment, are there any announcements?
there's the bears.
Go ahead, Mr. Rico.
For your, I guess it'll be in your other meetings, your priorities. I know
Yes.
speaker wanted me to mention, if you guys need help with your priorities, and I'm working on an email, Miss Ellison is not working with Speaker's office. She actually moved on to a different job as a staff attorney, so that's why I'm sitting here today. But once we completely exit and hiring process, we'll inform who will be at the Speaker's office again.
So I did talk to Speaker already.
Okay.
When we were in DC. So, I will be giving a report, both myself and Delegate Nota on October 9th. Lorraine, make sure we're on the agenda for October 9th. And we're going to provide a report on our advocacy. Because part of that was the booklet that we put together, and this is our priority there. So, Speaker has a copy of it. So all I have to do is drop legislation, but I want to do it after we give the report. That way, and then we're going to give the booklets out at that time. So once we do the report on the 9th, then we could drop,
LOC.
yeah, at LOC, and then we'll drop the legislation for the priorities. But the priorities basically are pretty much listed in the booklet. And just an FYI, we finished the booklet. This is what we gave out to our federal partners when we went out to DC. The only, well, I guess we'll talk about that on the 9th. Do you have any other announcements, Rico? Okay,
Just Nabi on Thursday, and then there's 9 signatures for a special session.
on the 29th.
Yeah, it will need
13.
at minimum 4 more.
Okay. Committee members, just an FYI, we did get invited to, okay, well, I guess let me start off. So on October 7th is the Northern Navajo Fair Parade. Keep that in mind. Fall session is October 6th through the 20th, the 3rd Monday of October. But the week of the October 23rd, which is when we're going to be in Torreon, we were invited by I believe it's the Blackfeet Nation in Montana. They are doing a public safety and justice summit in Billings, Montana, and they've invited us to come out. I'm waiting for OJ Siemens to send me the email. But I do have it I just penciled it in so that I would know. So the 24th would be the travel day, which is a Tuesday. And then that Wednesday and Thursday is the Public Safety and Justice Summit. So this is for tribes. It's not being held by federal partners, it's the tribes. And they're gonna do an intensive training on MMIW. So that's part of the Public Safety and Justice Summit. So I was invited to be one of their speakers. So I'll be traveling out during that time, but they also invited Navajo to come out and take part. I've also sent out just a text message to see if law enforcement would be interested in attending. And they said that they would be interested, so I'll be sending out an email inviting them once we get the full information. So if we were to go to Billings, Montana to attend this Public Safety and Justice Summit, our travel back date would be that Friday on the 27th. And again, it would be in Billings, Montana. So just an FYI on that upcoming Public Safety and Justice Summit. Those are my only announcements. Oh yeah, and October 16th, we won't have Law and Order Committee. So we have Law and Order Committee scheduled on October 9th, which is the first Monday. October 23rd, which is the third Monday. But we also have it scheduled on the 30th in lieu of the 16th. But we'll send out the information through calendar. Those are my only announcements at this time, committee members. So if there's no other announcements, if there's any announcements, okay, then
A parade on the 7th, or was it
yes, the 7th.
for Alamo, that where I'll be. I promised the speaker I would only do one parade this year, and it's in Alamo.
That's when Northern Navajo was happening. Wow, okay.
So I chose,
Maybe all of Eastern will head that way. Okay, so, motion to adjourn?
motion,
Second. Okay, motion made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo, second by Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. Cheryl, can you assist us with roll call vote for adjournment?
Honorable Stephen Avisa, how do you vote?
great,
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Avisa, votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, votes green. Honorable Nathan Nelson is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. is excused. Honorable Madam Chair, President Iñaki, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Cheryl. So with that, committee members, we are hereby adjourned at 2:14 p.m. Thank you, ladies.